Good morning, everybody. We have a long agenda, so I'd like to get started. Sorry about the omission of agendas. We're having them printed now, and when they're ready, we'll bring them in and just distribute them in here so you don't have to get up again. So we'll have those for you shortly. In the meantime, welcome. It is Friday, December 20th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the Commissioners of the City of Rehoboth Beach. We're live at the second floor Commissioners Room at City Hall. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 1:01 p.m. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And we'll start off with a roll call. Commissioner Mark Saunders.
Here.
Commissioner Suzanne Good.
Here.
Commissioner Ed Chernowski is en route, but temporarily absent. Commissioner Patrick Gossett.
Here.
Commissioner Bunky Markert, absent. Commissioner Craig Thier is absent. Mayor Stan Mills is here. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, so we do have a quorum and are able to formally conduct business today. Can somebody text Bunky? Did he maybe forget? Can you text him?
Yeah.
This is an hour earlier starting time. Maybe one commissioner goofed. In the meantime, I'd like to identify staff that's here and helps us run the city, run the meeting. If you would raise your hand when I call your name. Lynn Cohen, Communications Specialist. Chief Keith Banks of the Police Department. Henry Matlos over here, Public Works Director. Former Public Works Director Kevin Williams, is here. Assistant City Manager Evan Miller. Also up here is Brant McCormick from the IT Department, filling in for Ann Womack, who is out today. City Manager Taylor Tedder is with us. And Interim City Manager, Interim Attorney Max Walton is with us here again today also. Did I miss anybody? Chuck Snyder's here, but you're a former employee, so I don't have to identify you anymore. Retired, they're retired. And Citizen of the Year, we need to respect that. With that, I want to thank everybody that's watching virtually. As you know, this is live streamed and also recorded, so you can watch it over and over and over again as you please. Also want to thank everybody that's here in person today. As typical, we offer opportunities to speak on topic for old business and new business items. We allow one time per topic and up to a 3-minute time frame. They are time limited. And we ask you to raise your hand, be recognized when it comes time to offer input. Tell us what your name is and what your relationship is to the city. We'd like you to come to the center microphone. And then please be sure to monitor your time. It's up on a time clock up here. Plan ahead because 3 minutes can go awful quick. And I would like to indicate that support documents, those are documents that we prepare in advance to support agenda items. When they're ready far enough in advance, are embedded in the agenda. As are correspondence pieces, and if you've looked at, when you look at the agenda, it's 4 or 5 pages long. It's got a lot of documents in there, and of course, a good part of it is correspondence from everybody. Let's see here. The mayor's privilege, I'm going to change the sequence of a couple things. The fire department is here. They're way down on the agenda. They'd like to get back to protecting the city. So they are new business number D. We're going to do them first, and then we'll see where we go from there. New business D is Rehoboth Beach Volunteer Fire Department Company. Consider request from the fire department seeking a waiver from sections 3 and 4 of their grant conditions dated May 8th, 2024. And the second is to consider request seeking a waiver from having to submit nonprofit grant applications in the future. I think we'll turn it over to the fire department and let them explain what they're seeking and why. And we do have their letters that we can put on the screen, as well as part of the grant, sections 3 and 4. So Warren, you let us know what you would like, or if you're just going to be able to explain it orally.
I think I could just explain it orally if you like.
Go ahead.
My name is Warren Jones. I'm the Vice President of the Rehoboth Beach Volunteer Fire Company. Thank you for allowing us to come in today. You have our letters. Before we get started, I brought a couple people here I'd like to introduce to you who are tied into our financial part of our company, which you've never met before. And I thought I would take a couple seconds to do that, a couple minutes to do that. Is that okay, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Okay. First on my list that I'd like to introduce is, and I'm going to ask them to stand up one at a time, is Julie Del Giorno. Julie is the chairman of our financial committee. She's a retired, she's a retired Major Army. She went to West Point, graduated from West Point, and went into the Army for night. You don't need to stand. You're good.
Just say at ease.
They saw at ease. She'll know what that is. You can tell how tall she is, right? That's because she was a basketball star there too, and they retired her number. But anyway, she was in the Army for 9 years, retired as a major. She had 2 combat missions while she was in there, and one of them, she won the Bronze Star Medal for heroic and meritorious action. Next on my list, and she's the tall one. Next on my list, I'll do the short one. Leslie Kolick is our new treasurer. By the way, Julie's our new secretary, our new corporate secretary. Leslie is our new treasurer. She spent 32 years with the IRS, one of my favorite government agencies. She spent 32 years there. She is on our financial committee. She also works with our fire prevention and our CORE group. CORE is Community Outreach and Engagement. She's probably worth her weight in gold with the smiles she puts on all the children at the Rehoboth Beach Elementary School with her other part of what she does. Next is Scott Golfon. Scott is a 40-year CPA. He's been in the CPA business for 40 years. He's also on our financial committee. 11 of those 40 years, he was the chief financial officer for a large New York City CPA firm. Last is Chris Brown. Chris is a fire chief from New Jersey, and we don't hold that against him. He came, you can sit down, Chris. He came over here from New Jersey, and we said, okay, we'll let you join. It was tough, but we got through it. He works on our fund drive, he's in our financial office, but he's our computer wizard. Anytime we have a computer issue, Chris is there to help us out with that. And he's also our main drone operator for our drone operation. Okay, now I want to talk about letter 1, since I've already introduced those people. Letter 1, we requested to be released from the conditions that are described in the letter. The reason we did, well, let me back up, especially for the new commissioners. I want to give a little history here and how we got to where we are. Back when this building, before this building was built, when it was only dirt here, the offices were in trailers out back in a parking lot. And during that time, I met with Mayor Sam Cooper. Thank you. And that's when I started the suggestion of doing a permanent funding source for us. Had a nice conversation with Sam, and every year after that, I've been here talking about the same thing. About a year and a half ago, we had a meeting with Commissioner Gossett, Mayor, Acting Town Manager Evan Miller, back here in the conference room. And we talked about a fire service fee, a fire protection fee. And we had a discussion that day about how we get to it, what we have to do, and all that stuff. And I told them on that day that in order for us to come up with a plan, that we needed to know a copy of all the businesses in the town. And I reached out to Evan later on, and well, let me go through the agreement. The agreement was we would get $100,000 in July. The $100,000 came towards the end of July. You got it right there. Then 6 months, 60 days later, not 6 months, 60 days later, we were supposed to present a plan, and we would get $50,000. Then 60 days after that, we would, if the plan was approved, we would get $50,000. So that's what it says up there on that. We came to you in September. We came to a meeting here with the commissioners in September and told you we can't meet that, and that was before the 60 days were up, that we can't meet that plan. The reason we can't meet it is twofold. First of all, the only thing we've ever received from the city is this, which is a listing of the zones and how many parcels are in each zone. It's impossible to tell what businesses, whether it's Thrasher's French Fries or some T-shirt shop on Rehoboth Avenue with this plant, with this information. I asked for a listing of all the businesses when we had that meeting, that first meeting. The second reason is the state of Delaware passed House Bill 127. House Bill 127 allows the counties to charge a fire protection fee, which would support all the volunteer fire companies. Out of that bill that was passed, each county in the state of Delaware put funding into that to hire a consultant to go through the state and to go through the finances of all the fire companies in the state of Delaware and come back with a report. They started in Newcastle County. In Newcastle County, they finished up, I don't remember the time frame, but anyway, a couple of weeks ago, they finished Newcastle County's report and made their presentation in Newcastle County. First, they made a presentation to Fire County. Second, they made a presentation to the Newcastle County Council. And the report was 421 pages long. That's why I didn't make copies of it for you today. They were started on Sussex County prior to that, and they just finished up a Sussex County this month. So I would imagine 2 months we may get that report from them of the financial information in Sussex County. We didn't feel it would be prudent for us to come back and with a plan when this thing was going on with Sussex County. We wanted to wait and see what happened there and what the final report was there in order to know what we were going to do here. So those were the two reasons why we haven't been able to complete the 60-day presentation of a plan. Anybody have any questions on that?
Any questions?
What are you asking for?
I'm asking for a waiver not to have to present that plan, and I'm asking for the $50,000 or the $100,000 still open to be passed on to the fire company and give us a waiver for the plan. That's what I'm asking for.
May I ask a question?
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you. Would that be just for this 1 year?
Yes.
And then next year we'd be back on course again?
No. Mike's got letter 2.
Okay.
I'm taking care of letter 1.
Right.
Why don't you go ahead on to letter 2 and ask number 2. But let me scroll down here because the first one had to do with items 3 and 4. So let's look at. Oh, that's 1,
3 and
2,
4
and
is correct.
3, and then there's number 4 down here. Okay, so Mike, why don't you go ahead and do,
Mike Simpler, President of the Rehoboth Beach Volunteer Fire Company. Thank you for moving us up today, Mayor. As part of our things, we appreciate it. It's a busy day for us over at the firehouse. One of our charter members of the Ladies Auxiliary, who founded the auxiliary, who was actually born behind Miss Commissioner Goody's house and the vacant lots that were there for many years. She passed away, so the funeral was today. We're actually over there serving food. They should be there in a little bit. So we've been running around like crazy. Some of us going to the funeral, some of us coming back, changing and coming over to this. So thank you again. About a month ago, I believe we had a meeting with Evan, City Commissioner, and Mayor discussing the future of the plan that has come forth for the grant process for the Rehoboth Volunteer Fire Company. As many of you know, the library, Main Street, the museum, they do a lot for the city. The chamber does, but they don't protect the city for fires, EMS. That's something the Rehoboth Beach Volunteer Fire Company proudly has done for 120 plus years since incorporation. The fire company has also been in the fire prevention side of it heavily in the area. We also do pretty much everything on the water rescue side. Our EMTs actually work for the city as lifeguards to provide emergency services on the beach. So that takes away from them working for us. Even though they're off from us, they can still come in and work overtime if we need them, but they cover the beach to cover the beach. One of the biggest things that we see, and we all know, the commissioners know, a lot of the old public from the city of Rehoboth knows that it's in the charter that the city of Rehoboth has the responsibility and has asked the organization of the Rehoboth Fire Department to provide fire protection for the city. It's in the charter. It's in the city charter. We've done that pretty heavily for, like I say, 120 years plus. We operate on a fine line. There's not a lot of fluff to our budget. It's open to anybody to see. We welcome it. Our ambulance, some years we lose money on the ambulance. Some years we make a little bit of money, depending if we have to go out and buy a $450,000 ambulance or not. To be able to do this plan the way they want it, the way they asked us to do it was to come up with a formula to be able to tax the people, and basically the fire company take responsibility and take the blame for a tax to the people, basically. That's not what we asked for. We asked for support from the city that is in the charter and what's due to protect your 1 square miles of about $3 trillion worth of property. We do that with maybe 3 members, active members, living in the city limits. 2 of those members are fire police. There's a few life members that don't come up anymore, but the rest of us live outside the city. I live about 1 mile from the fire station in the Forgotten Mile. Anybody that comes in to protect the city does not live in the city. We don't get anything out of the city. We don't get paid. We get up all hours of the night to come in for automatic alarms. Granted, we cover areas also outside of the city, but that's just part of the business. And to be able to have a formula that works, again, like I asked, I believe 3 months ago or 4 months ago, that we would sit down and discuss it as a task force made up of the city, the Rehoboth Homeowners Association, the Chamber, Main Street, that we can all sit down and come up with a plan to make this work. And if we can't come up with a plan, we ask that we be exempt from it until you guys can figure out how we want to do this and not the fire company get blamed for it. That's pretty much how the fire company's position is on this. Is there any questions?
Any questions among the commissioners? We do have the agenda allows us to consider a motion and vote on any of this today. However, I also understand this is our first introduction to it, and that we may want to defer it till the next workshop for additional discussion and with more commissioners present. Patrick, did you have?
Just, I've been involved in this somewhat, and also from the grant application. And I think it initially started with you, Mayor, in requesting basically responsibility, the monies invested, and a strategic agenda for the organizations that we gifted or donated the money to. I think, the fire service is something of a unique animal. There's no question about that. And it does talk about, as you mentioned in the charter, and I'll just say here, and the service of the city, provided that any such contribution, donation, or gift may be made subject to such conditions and stipulations as to the use thereof as the commissioner shall deem advisable. That was in 1985, that was part of the charter update. It's hard to say no to mother and apple pie of the fire service, and that the way Philadelphia started out with fire contributions, you got a medallion that put on your house, and if that medallion didn't appear and your house burned down, it didn't get put out. An interesting way to put it. We don't do that in Rehoboth, and hope we'll never get to that point in time. I think you've also had an established fee that you've put together with Henlopen Acres, so that process is in place and seems to be working. I questioned as part of this, Henlopen Acres is totally residential. We are not. So there is a fee that would be inequitable to businesses versus residential. So that's a consideration. And then also comes up the facets report, which is being done as a result of, as you mentioned, HB 127, waiting for results of that. That fee that you talk about is a responsibility of the county, not the city, not the fire services. And that legislation provides that the county has the ability to establish a fire protection fee service, and talks about administrative aspects of it or not. So it is not a done deal that HB 127 provides a fire service fee. So after discussion, after presentation of that facets report to the council, this county council is their decision to do what needs to be done with regards to establishing a fee or not establishing a fee. We don't know when that's going to happen. As you said, it's taken several months for Kent County. But just from looking at reading the room type of thing, if you will, the incoming governor was very supportive of HB 127. So I feel that there will be some continued support of that throughout the counties, and hopefully that will reach a conclusion as to what's going to happen in Sussex County with regards to development, the growth, and what have you. You and your members provide a great service, and we appreciate that. You do service quite a large area other than outside the city. And if $200,000 does make a difference in your budget, then so be it. I do not have an issue with supplying you with the rest of the funds as outlined in the materials, the grant applications. But I do, just on the side, also, even though they are kind of a separate organizations or makeup of an organizations, Main Street, the Historical Society, and the library have all met those requirements. And it's kind of like, well, we're coming in, the ninth inning here and asking that we don't have to meet those, we don't have to do those. So I just think it needs to be stated that, those other organizations are an important part of the city. True, they don't put out fires, they don't save lives. But I just feel that having those individuals have met the standards that set out, and in the charter it states that, provided any such contributions, donations, or gifts may be made subject to such conditions and stipulations as to the use thereof, as the commissioner shall deem them advisable. There's got to be some more skin in the game from you guys of aspects of helping move this fee along. It's in place in other counties. I think people are very confused about when a lot of people move here, a lot of people retire here. The cities that they come from, fire services in their taxes. They just don't even think about it. Here it's very unique. Maybe that will change with the action of the county council in the near future. But bottom line, I just think it's a situation that we need to work together on. And if the county decides not to implement this fee, what do you do then? Are you still looking for $200,000 or more each year? We've gone from $75,000 to $100,000 to $150,000 to $200,000 over the years. And that's needed funds, no question about it. But as it was done previously in earlier years, when the city gave $100,000, it was for X, to buy an ambulance, or Y, to supply something else of specifics that were here in the city. I don't see that happening here. You know, it kind of goes into the general fund. I know you add additional staffing here for ambulances needed and the increase in the summer. But I just feel that we need to have a better understanding of how those funds are used here in the city. And again, I am not opposed to the $200,000 contribution. I haven't been from the beginning. But I just think that, as the mayor had stated earlier on, the strategic agenda from other organizations, we need to really be responsible and understand where our taxpayer money is being spent. Bottom line.
So Commissioner, in your opinion, if we were to come up and tell you we needed $3.6 million to redo Station 1 in town Rehoboth to provide housing for our employees, bring it up to standards with sprinkler system, ADA, and all that, you guys would consider that? You would consider that as helping us because we've earmarked it from the city?
I can't really answer that question at the moment because we don't really have any details. But I know that you've had previous discussions about going out for grants for that. And
And we didn't get them. It all went up to Newcastle County from all the representatives told us.
maybe there's an answer for you right there. I don't know. But again, I do not have a problem with the $200,000 contribution at this point in time. And that's where I am.
Oh, yeah. I want to make sure I'm reading you correctly, so that for their request number 1, which is a waiver of having to do this homework, if you will, that you'd be willing to release the funds.
Yeah, I mean, they've told us they can't do it. So that's beating a dead horse.
Okay, so that's the first thing on the table. The second would be your second letter, which is your request of a waiver for having to fill out the application. Because if I recall, they're in the middle of the application process now, these organizations, correct?
Right, so the application process actually did close. The fire company sent their letter, this request letter, to be exempted from that before that process closed. So I would say, you know, they met the deadline of sending that letter within the grant process, but we've received applications from all of the other organizations like the Chamber and Main Street Historical Society. So we received this letter.
So as I understand it, the request for a waiver from having to fill out this grant application form is based on your reference to the charter.
That and what we've done over the previous years, past, present.
Mayor,
Commissioner Good?
thank you for some of that information. I'm in favor of granting the waiver, mainly because having seen the grant applications from Main Street, the library, and the other entities, I don't actually think it's a great use of the fire company's time to fill that out. So pending this legislation, which may impose a fire protection fee, the only request I have, because I have no problem with the amount of money, given that it's an essential service like police protection, is that some years ago there was some discussion of asking Henlope and Acres and North Shores, whom you serve, you're the closest fire station. One of the two communities did increase its contribution, but I just would like to ask you to exert more pressure on them, because when we calculated the per household cost to those two very wealthy communities, it was smaller than Dewey Beach and Rehoboth Beach. So I don't know if you've had any. I heard from one of the fire company folks. It wasn't you. That they try every year, and their calls go unanswered because those communities know they're getting a good deal with Rehoboth Beach. So I don't know if you've had any.
We also get about 60% return from Henlope and Acres of large donations. compared to 17% coming out of the city limits of Rehoboth. North Shores has always been an area that we don't get much out of. A perfect example is President Biden's never given us a dime. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but it's the truth. I've got the guys here that can all back it up when we do the fund drive. Nothing.
Well,
And
I'm
that's
glad,
a
yeah,
$4
I'm
million
glad to hear
property.
the individual donations sometimes may compensate, but it was more that the town office in Henlopen Acres and then the North Shores Community Association were fairly stingy, and at least the last figures I saw were an embarrassment, frankly. So I don't know if you are willing to try to shame them into contributing more.
We've tried. We've gone to meetings like this, but it's falling on deaf ears down there as well. And we do receive, like I say, from individual funding from individuals there is very good. When we implemented the fee down there, it was added to what Henlopen Acres was already giving us. So it did increase what the city or the town of Henlopen Acres gives us.
Let's be mindful of what this topic is. It's not a discussion of amounts of money or whether we give them money or not. It's do we give them a waiver so that we can disperse the balance of the funds without having to do the homework or meet the conditions as noted? And B, do we want to give them a waiver for at least 1 year, if not multiple years, from having to fill out the application? Commissioner Saunders?
I certainly have no problem with giving them the waiver for this year, but I would hope that the working group would stay in effect that you had mentioned earlier, including some of us, some of you, and the Homeowners Association and others. I think that's not something that we should put to sleep. It seems to me that over time, we could probably come to some resolution that wouldn't require you coming back every year asking for a waiver, hopefully.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that was something I put to the mayor several months ago, and we're just waiting to hear back from that question that was presented at the commissioners' meeting back then of whether or not we were going to do it or how we would implement it to be able to make it fair to everybody, to all the citizens living in the 1 square mile.
Yeah, you had proposed a task force, if
Correct.
you will, comprised of a commissioner or two, Chamber of Commerce representatives, and others. So that can be in the cards also.
Because we do want it to be fair for everybody. You know, we don't want it just to come in and say, we want $500 from every homeowner. You know, we want it to be fair, that everybody has skin in the game so that they all understand what we're doing. And as far as letting people know that that they're not a paid fire department, we do that very heavily with the fund drive letters. So if anybody gets one of our fund drive letters, they will see, we mention it several times in the letters that we're volunteer, we are not paid by the city, we are not paid by the state. We do advertise that pretty heavy in our fund drive letters.
All right, so again, I'm going to come back to, we're not discussing the emergency service plan and whether it has merits or not and what the amount might be. We've got two things in front of us. One is, do we give a waiver and give them the balance of the funds due them without meeting the conditions? Can you translate that into a motion?
Mayor,
Or
sorry, Mayor, I move we approve a waiver for the fire department, waiving sections 3 and 4 of their grant conditions dated May 8th, 2024, and also a waiver for the fire department to submit a nonprofit grant application for the FY26 budget year.
Second.
we have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Patrick Gossett to state on the motion before us. Are there any members of the public that would like to say anything about this topic? Just being mindful that you extend the meeting. We're perfectly willing to hear you talk. Carolyn, identify yourself.
I'll make
and
it quick.
relationship.
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. I fully support giving them their money. I think we need to do a better job of helping them get the information they need to try to figure out this fire impact fee. Giving them a number of businesses, I don't think is giving them enough information. They need information. A lot of people come here from areas where fire departments are paid for. They don't understand. If they open the information coming out from the fire department, they would, but a lot of them probably see it and just throw it away. And we need the fire department just as much as we need the police. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, we'll bring it back up here. We have a motion on the floor to give the fire department relief from conditions 3 and 4 and to grant a waiver to future, is it future, for FY '26 application. Is there any additional discussion up here? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, and the motion's carried by those that are here. I would like the record to show that Commissioner Ed Chernowski joined us at 1:28 p.m. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Mayor. And
you're
whenever
cool.
you get that task force from your group together, we'll plan to sit down and
We'll
have a meeting.
be in touch before then,
Sounds good.
yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you both, Warren, Mike. With that, we're going to, we advance them so they can go back and keep protecting our town. With that, we're going to go back to item 5, which is approval of minutes. There are no sets of minutes to approve at this meeting. We'll move on to the next. It's the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'll start with city paving projects. They're nearly complete. So paving on Maryland Avenue and First Street is nearly complete with striping, including crosswalks. That's finishing up this week. Paving of Scarborough Avenue Extended is also essentially complete. The crack sealing operations on St. Lawrence Street, Brooklyn Avenue, and Stokely Street are wrapping up this week as well. On Rehoboth Avenue, the temporary striping, including of fire lanes, is largely done between the bandstand and 2nd Street. The Beach Patrol facility is moving along quite nicely. The wood framing for the 2nd floor is being installed. Rough plumbing on the 1st floor continues. We're installing lines and drains on the 2nd floor, and the outside stairs above the ATV garages to the 2nd floor are being constructed. Holiday closings, so the city offices will be closed December 25th and January 1st. The bi-weekly yard waste pickup that usually takes place on Wednesdays is scheduled for Thursday, December 26th instead of Christmas. And street aid, the city made 2 payments this month, $11,546.88 to Delmarva Power and $7,997 to Apple Electric. And I'm here for any questions you may have.
Any questions of the city manager? Thank you, Taylor. We appreciate that. With that, we'll move to city solicitor's report.
No report today, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Max. With that, we go to departmental reports. They are all embedded in the agenda to save time. You can go back and read those. Board and commission reports, likewise embedded in the agenda. There are no committee reports received today. Community partner reports. Though our community partners are the Cape and Lopin Senior Center, Chamber of Commerce, Main Street, and Public Library, they've each submitted a report, and that is also embedded in the agenda. We want to make sure that you all understand that we recognize the time it takes and your commitment to doing those. Some good information in there. Again, how you access all that information is to go to cityofrehoboth.com. On the right side of the home page, there's a lime green box that says portal. Click on that and look up the date of the meeting, and you'll be able to bring up the agenda with all the support documents and correspondence embedded in there. With that, we'll move on to first item of old business, which is to discuss and consider a joint request by the Lewes Board of Public Works and Sussex County exploring a 3-way regional wastewater partnership among the two organizations. This meeting is number 6 on the topic of addressing a request by Sussex County, and it's a joint request by Sussex County and the Lewes Board of Public Works seeking a 3-way wastewater partnership with Rehoboth Beach. It was approximately, 6 months ago when it first came in front of us, and the county and the BPW conveyed the desire for this partnership and asking for a decision to be rendered by the end of the year. The end of the year has been a target, although I have conveyed in the past that we would not rush. I believe that we have done due diligence in approaching this ask by the county and BPW by conducting a series of meetings, each meeting with enhanced notifications and coverage by the local media. and our meetings, including offering commissioners and the public opportunities to make comments, ask questions, and receive responses either at the same meeting or at subsequent meeting. Today's program, we're going to follow the following steps. We'll turn it over to Public Works Director Henry Matlos. He'll start off with a presentation. Then we'll come back to the commissioners to see if they have any questions. And then we'll go to the members of the public. And then after the public, we'll invite the county and the BPW for any additional feedback or insight or comments. We'll come back to the commissioners. And frankly, I'm hopeful that today we will conclude by entertaining a motion that will signal the position of a majority of commissioners on whether or not they are amenable to such a partnership, and if favorable, to then authorizing the city manager and his administrative team to continue working with the county and BPW in order to finalize an agreement and bring such agreement back to the commissioners for final scrutiny and nod or not of approval. With that, we'll go to Henry.
Little show and tell. It was important, something important to talk about.
If it spills, do we need to run?
Let's hope not.
Okay.
No, it's, the only thing in it was ocean water and highly treated effluent. Hey, Brant, could I have? Thanks. Start from here, I'll pull it up for you. Okay, I just start talking to it. Okay, we'll do. All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, members of the public. Last meeting, I recapped quite a bit of information that was presented over the past several months. I'm not going to do that today. Obviously going to go over a few items. The one item I do want to reiterate, when the word staff is used, it includes the city manager, assistant city manager, the finance director, my predecessor, and me. I may defer some questions to another member of the city staff, to Sussex County, or to Hazen and Sawyer. Similar to last Monday's meeting. And one request I do have about questions, please feel free to ask about any slide, but if you wouldn't mind limiting them to the subject slide. For example, there's going to be a slide on debt service and finance, so if you have a question about nutrient levels, if you could wait till later on in the presentation. There's a pros and cons slide in there that it's pretty much all-encompassing. Thanks, Anna. So if there's, I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions on that slide. Here's the agenda. We're going to talk about the debt service and of the outfall, the current debt service, financial aspects. Some of those we've gone through, others not. A system diagram to show the maintenance responsibilities if this is approved. Capacity considerations. And again, I mentioned pros and cons. The staff recommendation and any questions. Yes, so for the outfall, the initial loan was $40,481,095. And I'm going to drop to the next line. Sussex County pays 42% of that debt. So by the time the loan is paid for, but when it matures in 2043, Sussex County will have paid just over $17 million of that debt. Now, as everyone knows, their offer is $20 million. So if it is approved, that's a total of almost $3.5 million. So in effect, the county would have paid 91.4% of the cost of the outfall, and the city portion of that would be 8.6%. Now, one thing I want to reiterate, if the county were to pull flow at any point, if the agreement doesn't go through, and I'll talk about that more, they would still be required to pay their portion of that 42%, their 42%, and also the 42% of $12 million plan upgrade loan that's currently in effect. Are there any questions?
Henry, are you suggesting that if we do accept the offer that we should, we would use that $20 million to pay down the debt service?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
All I'm saying is that, in effect, this would be how much they paid of the outfall.
Understood, thank you.
Okay.
And just, if I may, further clarification, the total initial outfall loan, that is dedicated specifically to the outfall, the force main plant upgrades? What does that 40 million include, just for refreshing our memories?
That's the outfall going from the effluent pump station on our treatment plant, the force main, and then including the outfall up to the diffusers.
But that is none of the plant upgrades that are currently been taking place and going forward?
That's correct.
Okay. So there's an additional loans out there for those projects, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. I mentioned in the last meeting that there's 3 loans from the county totaling $5.3 million, and the one mentioned here, that's not from the county. That's an SRF loan, that's $12 million, but the county pays 42% of the debt service of that. Okay.
Let me just give you a breather. I'd like for Ann, who's not here, we'll be doing the minutes. Let's let the record show that Commissioner Bunky Markert joined us at 1:45 p.m. Thank you, Bunky. Thank you. Henry, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. So I want to go over some other financial aspects, and like I mentioned in the last meeting, a lot was talked about what if we go through with this, but I need to talk about what if we don't go through with this. And also want to reiterate that the county has not in any way insinuated that they would pull flow from us for treatment if we don't agree to this. But I want to make sure that everyone understands that's a possibility, and in the county term sheet, a provision exists to prevent them pulling flow without our permission. So if the county were to pull flow from Dewey Beach and Henlopen Acres, Rehoboth Beach waste payers would increase over $700 a year. Came up with that number because for Dewey Beach and Henlopen Acres, in FY24, the county paid about just over $1.9 million. There's 2,380 in-town ratepayers. So it just rounded it up to 2,400, and that came to over $700 a year per ratepayer.
Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
Henry, would you confirm that the county would have to make a pretty substantial investment? Well, 400,000 gallons per day from Dewey can be diverted with their existing infrastructure. The rest would require an infrastructure investment by the county to redirect it to Wolf Neck. And Henlopen Acres would be all new infrastructure to send what with the wastewater from Henlopen Acres to Wolf Neck. So you probably don't have figures for that, but it's not insubstantial, just so everyone knows. I'm skeptical that this would be the county's highest priority with all the wastewater they have to deal with at Wolf Neck coming from areas other than Dewey Beach and Henlopen Acres. That is most of their service areas, Wolf Neck and now the Lewes BPW, which is joining up. So you don't have any estimates for how much that would cost the county, do you?
No, I don't. I did bring this up in the last meeting, like you mentioned. For Henlopen Acres, to take the flow from Henlopen Acres, and we received about $300,000 for that last year, they would be able to do that under $1 million, between $500,000 and $1 million. Frankly, they're going to be building it's going to cost quite a bit, and I don't know the cost, to go from Wolf Neck to tie into our Outfall anyway. It's further to Dewey Beach, obviously, and it would be a significant capital expense. That is correct.
Thank you. Proceed, Henry.
So if this were to be approved, staff would suggest the use of the $20 million for future wastewater capital expenses, which will ultimately help ratepayers. As mentioned in the last meeting, we know PFAS remediation will be coming at some point. We don't know when. It's being required for water treatment in 2029, but that will come up. And whatever is not needed could be invested, and the interest to increase the amount in the wastewater fund. So about the ratepayer increase again, that's something I've been very passionate about, and with the discussions Hans and I had from day one was that was kind of a deal breaker for me, that the county would have to agree to not pool flow if we went forward with this agreement. And I did discuss last meeting that our rapport with the county is excellent right now, but we don't know who's going to be here in 15 years from now. So really want this provision in if this goes through to protect Rehoboth Beach in the future. Any other questions on this slide?
Commissioner Gossett.
Under required future wastewater capital expenses, again, could you just refresh our memories about potential capital expenses that would fall into this category?
Sure. Plan upgrades now in FY26, about $2 million will be presented for Phase 4. Unfortunately, the money would not be received in time for Phase 4. But most likely $6 million in FY27 for Phase 4. So the $20 million would not have been received in time for that. But we know as long as we have the wastewater plant, that there will be capital expenses, like I mentioned, the PFAS, which we're fairly sure that will come at some point.
So we have a planned upgrades of the facility currently that go through Phase 5, I believe?
No, really just through Phase 4.
Phase 4?
Yeah.
Okay. But we have no cost estimates or anything about PFAS coming in the future of that nature, correct?
No, based on the flow that goes through our treatment plant, I would estimate $5-6 million or so in today's dollars. Maybe closer to 5, but then if we're looking at this being several years from now, it could be obviously more due to inflation.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Commissioner Saunders.
Am I correct, sir? I believe I heard too that our freshwater system is going to need some upgrades and filtration improvements that they could run several $1 million in sometime in the near future. Is that true?
That's correct, and that's going to be presented in the budget for FY '26. We're going to be looking at a design, basically a design for 1 year, and build. The build is going to take probably about 14 months. So the EPA is requiring this to be done by April of 2029, but I feel it's very important we get it done as soon as possible, and we're looking to have it done by mid-2027. And I'm estimating we're looking probably $5 to $6 million. Presented several months ago about a couple different options for it, but now they've been in contact with an engineering firm about it. Again, probably looking about $5 million or so.
I didn't mean to get off the track. I only meant to make the point that the money could be used for various things that we may need.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Henry.
Is there anything else on this slide before I move on?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. So this is a drawing that was actually borrowed from the county's presentation several months ago. I want to go over the maintenance responsibilities per our agreement, per the current agreement, and if it gets approved, the agreement from our effluent treatment plant to the diffusers. Okay, so where you see on the Rehoboth treatment plant, that's at the bottom of the slide, up to the tie-in point. Responsibilities based on the current agreement, which is the percentage of flow. So the county pays for aspects of the flow, which in our treatment plant, which is used by them. For example, they pay their percentage of the chemicals, wastewater salaries, but their flow doesn't go through State Road Pump Station, so they don't pay for State Road Pump Station maintenance in that percentage. So whether the agreement gets approved or not, this part will stay the same. That the county would pay for the appropriate amount of flow. And again, last year it was 1.9 million for Dewey and Henlopen and Acres and combined. And I forgot how much for West Rehoboth. So if this gets approved, from the treatment plant to the tie-in point, again, that would be basically no change based on the current agreement.
Thank you.
Any questions on that part of it? Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Commissioner Gossett?
Yeah, to address that, that's maintenance you're speaking of, correct? But how do we address any replacement costs for any of the, during the maintenance, is that wrapped into it in aspect of maintenance, we need to replace X, Y, and Z valve or what have you? How is that really defined?
Sure. The county and the city have go through every couple of years, taking a look at all the expenses and making sure it's fair. Example, State Road Pump Station is included in it. But if they're, every year we take one of the there's 4 effluent pump motors, we take one and send it refurbishment. That is definitely part of what would get upgraded, of what would get charged to the county for their appropriate share. And at our oxidation ditch, we had that prop fail several months ago. That would also, the county would pay their appropriate share, which is roughly 50%.
And if we were to have a catastrophic failure in the outfall at the end, you've got show and tell here, that's the aspect there. And the current agreement is who's responsible for maintenance or replacement of that?
Under the current agreement, we would do the repairs and charge them their appropriate amount, which is roughly 50%. So they would pay half.
And proposed agreement, would that change?
In the proposed agreement, the county would take over everything from the Deauville Beach vault to the diffusers, where if there were a catastrophic failure, which is highly unlikely, but there was the anchor that hit one of the diffusers several years ago, the county would pay for that and any preventative maintenance.
Right. Okay, thank you.
100%.
100%.
Mayor?
Commissioner Saunders.
Can you talk about that a little bit more? Are they saying that we will do the maintenance and charge them and they will pay, or they were saying that they would do it without involving us?
Well, they would do it without involving us. For example, they have the divers, a dive inspection is required every 2 years with commercial divers. Commercial divers are not cheap. And so they would probably schedule it where they do it at the same time as an economy of scale, and we wouldn't even be involved in that on preventative maintenance. If there were a catastrophic failure, I'm sure Hans or Mike and I would be talking about the best way to get it fixed and get it back up
I
very
think
quickly.
residents feel comfortable now because we have complete control of it. And once we give up control, are we going to have to call the county because we want something fixed? And I think that's one of the major details that we need to talk about.
Well, we still would maintain ownership, and again,
Correct.
it'd be in everyone's best interest to get it fixed as quickly as possible.
Correct. Agreed.
And if this were to go through, talked about the last meeting that we have the bi-directional system where the county's going to have a multi-million gallon effluent lagoon where we would we could divert our treated effluent to in the case if there was required maintenance, whether it be, I wouldn't say preventative, it wouldn't need that, but if there were a catastrophic occurrence.
Commissioner, I don't see that we would just hand this over to them and not have any involvement at all. So I feel confident that we would still be a partner with it, and we would know everything that's going on with it. Also, you made a mention earlier about them doing the project concurrent with another group. I think you were referencing South Coastal.
Yes, Mayor.
So, because we've got to be mindful, or I'm mindful, that Sussex County currently runs and operates the South Coastal Outwater facility, which serves without incident Bethany Beach, South Bethany, Ocean View, Millville, and Fenwick Island as direct customers. And also the South Coastal serves Selbyville as an Outfall partner. And they do a good job there. They've been very successful. I don't think they've had any problems. And so I would expect the same level of service here without a doubt. But again, I would say that we would have our fingers and the knowledge of what's going on. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, Commissioner Saunders, I believe this would, if you do decide to move this forward to drafting an agreement, this is something we would definitely ask legal counsel on how, do we want notification of every time there's some type of maintenance taking place? Do we want other provisions in that agreement? So that would definitely be something that we would be looking at for an agreement.
We've done it very well for 7 years, and we don't want to take a step backwards, that's all.
Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
So in reference to the South Coastal plant, which then leads to the Bethany Beach outfall that the county runs and which went online in 1979, I know that the county has told us there have never been any problems, but as recently as June 2024, when there was a beach closure in Bethany Beach for about 36 hours, it was in the beaches very close to where the outfall discharges south of 26, just to put it out there. And secondly, you and I have had discussions, which I appreciate, while the county, it will take over 100% of the maintenance costs of our outfall, our 2018 vintage outfall. In the event of some total catastrophe, let's say a ship were to run aground, I realize, you know, that has not happened in Bethany Beach since 1979 to their outfall, but if something of that magnitude were to happen, at that point, the capital cost to replace the outfall entirely, my understanding, if this deal were to go through, Rehoboth's percentage of the volume would be probably well under 25%. The county would be over 75%, but I don't see anything guaranteeing that that would be the cost sharing if there were a needed replacement of this outfall, let's say in 15 to 20 years. Is that something you've discussed with the county? Total replacement of the outfall if it were needed?
If I don't mind answering your first point first about the beach closure. I spoke with some people at University of Delaware about that beach closure in Bethany. And I know they're not here to talk about it, but they did not believe in any way that was caused by the outfall.
Yeah, it was blamed on wildlife and
Yes.
potentially stormwater, but, you know, wildlife have been in the area since well before 1979. So to me, you know, I have problems with DENREC's pronouncements about that, you know, the source, because I feel we don't always, I'm not sure how accurately or how carefully they're measuring the bacteria.
If you don't mind.
I'd like to comment because, Suzanne, in my perspective, you're fear-mongering here. I don't believe it's legitimate to blame beach advisories on the outfall down there without the same thing up here. You can't prove it, and you're making assumptions and passing them on. I think that's
Well,
wrong.
we had 2 swimming advisories in July and August. So there have been swimming advisories in the area, and they're always blamed on wildlife, even though the wildlife are just a permanent presence. Sometimes they're blamed on stormwater in addition to wildlife, but wildlife are always cited.
Commissioner, you're comparing apples to oranges. Every time there's been a swimming advisory or beach advisory, it is directly related, and it's proven that it is stormwater outfall. It's all related to stormwater. So
More importantly, that it is not from the outfall.
it is not, right. It's from the outfalls related to the stormwater, not the wastewater outfall at all.
Right. Well, in Florida, where the magnitude of these outfalls is larger than ours, they have algae blooms, and you know they've had a lot of problems. So I think being conservative in choosing to more than double the flow in the summer to our outfall, I would hope we can be a little more conservative.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Henry. Continue.
So from the tie-in point to the outfall, and the tie-in point is to determine if there's any questions on that. The county can talk about that. And again, the Deauville Beach Vault, which you've seen on top there on Surf Avenue, that is where the outfall starts.
So, sorry,
Commissioner Gossett?
is that Deauville Beach Vault, is that like no man's land, or is that the county, or is that shared responsibility?
Well, that's on state property, and we're working to get an easement through them. So, you mean, is the vault?
Just repair or maintenance or replacement of the vault, its contents, again, it's sort of on the line there. I'm just curious, has it been determined, is it the county's responsibility, or is it a shared responsibility based on utilization?
We actually haven't discussed I'll let you answer that one, Hans.
Good afternoon, Hans Medlars, Sussex County. Commissioner, I consider that the county's responsibility for no other reason. Most of the flow goes to gravity by there, only during 2-pump operations and higher speeds for single pumps. So it would be a reasonable handshake point, because before it's pressurized, at that point, the high point in the system, it will be to gravity. So included.
I'm glad to hear that, and those are the type of details that I think need to be outlined specifically in the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Henry?
So again, from the tie-in point to the outfall, the percentage there would be higher than from the treatment point to the tie-in if it's approved. So for example, if we're treating at our plant 2 million gallons a day, and if the county is pumping 4 million from Wolf Neck, the county would pay 2/3 of that maintenance directly from the tie-in point to Deauville. Now, we have 2 million gallons a day coming from the effluent pump station, and with today's number, the county would pay half that flow anyway. So the city would charge them that appropriate amount. So in rough numbers, the city would in effect be paying about 1/6 the cost of the maintenance from the tie-in to Deauville Beach. Now, items that are likely to fail are ones with moving parts. There'll be valves at the tie-in point, which will allow and again, those valves will allow the city to divert flow to Wolf Neck, their effluent lagoon, if it's needed. And item 11 in the county term sheet is new from last time. It's in the agenda item report, and it reads, LBPW and SC to provide force main maintenance and repair costs from tie-in point based on the percentage utilization. The junctions of both systems, controls, valves, and piping to be maintained and paid for by LBPW and SC with any preventative or corrective maintenance coordinated with all parties. So if there were a valve that needed replacement there or to be worked on, the county would pay for that, 100%.
Henry, how did you come up with 1/6? When I do the simple math, they currently are about 50%, doubling capacity. That puts the city at 25%.
Okay.
So I just wanted to understand your math on 1/6.
Was that? Sure.
Commissioner, the current flow split is roughly 50-50. Once we put the additional flow in there with your permission, then that would take 2/3 of the expense off the table, which remains 1/3. Divide that by 2, that's 1/6.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, a follow-up for.
Good?
So, yeah, since the Rehoboth Beach Dewey flow varies a lot between, say, January and July, it gets a little complicated. But I had suggested that our portion would be well under 25% under this proposal, where you're pumping up to 5 million gallons a day. But there'd be a lot of variation between the winter and the summer. But the average would probably be with the county using 3/4 of what's flowing between the tie-in point and the outfall and Rehoboth Beach, meaning half Rehoboth and half our out-of-town customers using that other 25%. I'm not, but I'm not sure. I guess you haven't really looked at those numbers exactly. You're just saying that you'll take over all the maintenance from the tie-in point to the outfall. That's what you've stated.
The tie-in point to the outfall is based on the flows. So if in July, for example, our average was 2 million gallons a day at our treatment plant. Roughly half of that was ours, half of that was the county's. That was the assumption I made for this 2 million. And the 4 million was you know, we don't know what that's going to be going forward. That was just an assumption I made of 4 million. It could be less if you agree to this and when they open, could obviously be more, but I figured 4 million that was an assumption I used.
So the sharing would be from the tie-in point to the head of the outfall at Surf Avenue, but the 100% county-funded maintenance would be from the head of the outfall to the diffusers 1 mile out. Is that?
That's correct, Commissioner.
So Henry, I'm going to try to clarify this in
Sernowski, go ahead.
very simplistic terms. Any and all maintenance, repairs, replacement is as follows. Under the current agreement, the treatment plant to the tie-in is the county's 42 to 50%, and the city is the rest. From the tie-in to Deauville Beach Vault, it would be roughly 1/6 the city's responsibility. And from the vault at Deauville to the rest of it is the county 100%. Is that?
That's correct, if the agreement is approved.
Okay, thank you.
Again, these numbers are assumptions. They could be different, either higher or lower, both on our flow, you know, and/or the counties.
Well, 100% operations and maintenance costs from the vault out to the diffusers is pretty significant. I think in the past, you've said there's an annual $50,000 inspection fee plus repairs, and that's bound to go up as the system ages. So I think 100% maintenance by the county is an excellent deal for us.
Mayor, if I may.
Commissioner Gossett.
Oh, sorry,
I just-
Commissioner.
One other question, following along that thought process there, with regards to the outfall itself, do we have the opportunity of, or who maintains those standards? To what standard is the outfall maintained? Is that federal, state, county? You know, we may say it is in need of repair or replacement, and the county disagrees with us. How is that? What standards are applied?
Commissioner, that's a interesting question because it was never asked before. What would we maintain our outfall to, and I would assume Kevin does something similar, would be always bring it back to the original as-built condition. So we look at the report makes the recommendations, bonding cables are missing, bolts are missing, diffuser parts are corroded. That way, or overgrown, it's not a corrosion, it's an overgrowth issue. That means you either blast off the growth or you replace the bonding wires, et cetera. So it is, always has, once we're finished with that inspection cycle, it has to be as it was installed in 1979.
That's South Coastal. Right.
It-
Go back to as-built conditions.
Back to as-built.
And I'm assuming we have as-built drawings for this. Thank you.
Can I just
Mr.
ask,
Marker?
is it prudent, if there are substantial changes that have occurred in the time, that you would bring it up to current standards as opposed to as-built? I'm looking for old parts at that point.
You remember on the ocean outfall diffuser system, there are no moving parts.
Well, I knew that,
So-
but I'm just saying if there was some feature, I mean, I'm just saying, would there be decisions made, or would it be considered if there was some technological improvement that you would improve it? You know,
Yes,
I mean,
I mean, like,
does that
yeah.
change? Does that change the aspect of this? I mean, assume you're making a betterment,
Yeah.
then it's another decision, right? But I mean, I'm just saying, but that, we're not ruling that out, right?
No, we're ruling that not out. If there's a better way to disperse,
Yeah.
you know, because just like Kevin said, the disbursement is really the duck-bill diffusers you see on the big exhibit in this case. So if there's a better diffuser way to do that, that would be an upgrade, and that would be included.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I'm assuming it will deteriorate over
Yes.
time. There will
It will
be
degrade
some,
over time.
yeah, but if you can stem that or you can improve that. or
And
what-
right now, we're installing a brand-new cathodic protection system because the South Coastal Outfall is a steel structure. This is an HDPE structure, so we have to be very, very much upfront to have a fully cathodically protected outfall because, you know, obviously we live and die by the corrosion. It corrodes in salt water. This doesn't.
Okay.
Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
I mean, I'm happy to hear that, that the county engineer says that if a better diffuser were to come along, the county would purchase that, and since they're paying from the vault 100% to the diffusers, but in the contract we've seen, you're just paying for maintenance, not upgrades. So I'm concerned that that might be a promise, but and as all of us know, during those biannual inspections, I believe it is every other year, biannual, some bolts have come loose from the diffusers. So they've had to be tightened, and in a couple of cases, the bolts have just flown off and had to be replaced. Now, that is, to me, traditional maintenance. But upgrading us, assuming it's an option, if this deal were to go through, I'd want that in writing rather than just being told you'll want to get the improved diffuser for us and for yourselves.
When engineers refer to this particular aspect, it's called OM&R, operation, maintenance, and repair replacement. So that piece is always included when we think about that. You know, this is different than when you're thinking about, we want to have a second outfall built. Let's say 50 years from now, you want to build another outfall. That would require a complete new consideration of how we would share that capacity. But as long as this existing outfall is there, just like the one on South Coastal, we will have to maintain it to as-built conditions or better. If there's a better diffuser out there, which gives us a better dispersion model, we just ran a new dispersion model for our last permit renewal, we would obviously want that because it is a betterment.
Well, since 2018, have you done anything other than bolt replacement and tightening? Have you actually, has Rehoboth Beach in the course of, do you happen to know, I guess Henry might know, has Rehoboth Beach ever changed out the diffusers? I haven't heard that.
That technology hasn't changed in 40 years, so I don't
Okay, there we
expect
go,
it-
okay.
I don't expect it to change drastically, but I mean, like the duck bills, for example, these pinch valves, they were invented in the last 20 years, so the 79 version does not have them. But the 79 version has a lot more openings. So, there were different designs placed at different times. But that's, I have no problem saying that if there's a better piece of technology out there to diffuse the water, by all means, we should consider it. And if you'd like to write that in, I don't think anybody would give you any objection.
Thank you. Henry? Are you going to explain this machinery
Yes.
at some point? Okay, I don't want you to forget.
Okay.
You got us curious.
All right, so any questions from the tie-in to the vault?
Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
I have read the engineering reports, and I'm just a little concerned at the tie-in about the back pressure on, let's say, 1.5 million gallons a day that our plant is sending in January, and a little over 2.5 million gallons in July, and whether you're confident that the way our force main is right now, it can overcome that when it encounters up to 5 million gallons a day coming in at it at a 45-degree angle. I'm very concerned about that.
No, understand. Thanks, Commissioner. And that was one of the points that Hazen and Sawyer had brought up in our discussions, and it's one of the points in the term sheet that a surge analysis will be completed at the time of the design, final design, when the tie-in point is determined, and all other aspects of the wolf net, excuse me, of their force main. So that may require additional ARVs, air release valves. If that does, well, the county is paying for the analysis and would pay for any required modifications to our outfall. And it would be something that we would be done at a time, agreed upon time, wouldn't be done during the summer months, where, and it really is not that, wouldn't even take that long to add an ARV, an air release valve, to the force main.
And so, one last question. My main concern has been from the beginning that the shortest, most direct route from Wolf Neck to the vault is, goes through possibly North Shores, but certainly through Henlope and Acres. And so you're going to be pulling, or the county will be pulling this effluent from Wolf Neck almost 5 miles to the tie-in point near Route 1 and State Road, that's South Rehoboth, only to then send it, once it joins up with our plant's treated effluent, send it to North Rehoboth. So it's a far longer path. And you know, if I just am a little nervous that we have never, I tried to get an answer to this question as to why the county isn't considering under this, you know, proposal to pull the treated effluent from Wolf Neck on the most direct path possible.
Commissioner, respectfully, this isn't the time for that. You did ask it at the last meeting, and
The answer was evasive, I feel, or just
I
not really
understand that,
there.
but your timing is not right. Henry cannot answer that question.
Well, the county
for
might.
us.
I'm
Well,
sure
then-
the county
then
has a
do it.
rationale on that. And this is going to be a very long meeting. Can we move on?
Henry, go ahead.
All right, so from the outfall again starts at the Deauville Beach Vault. And as county engineer mentioned, in low flow conditions, the piping there to the diffusers is vented to the atmosphere. So it's just gravity flow from there all the way to the diffusers. The piping goes about 40 feet deep where it meets the ocean, where Deauville meets the ocean. And this is HDPE, high-density polyethylene piping, which has a lifespan of 50 to 100 years plus. And it's under minimal pressure or no pressure at times. And it's designed for corrosive environments, and it is the preferred piping for marine applications. So I want to talk about the diffuser a minute.
Henry, can you grab the wireless mic?
Thanks, Chief. So I want to talk about the diffuser a minute. I've heard talk and I've seen editorials about wearing of the moving parts.
Push it that way, so it's in the camera shot.
Okay. Can you all see it up there?
It's for the camera.
Okay. There are no moving parts to this. This is the HDPE piping, and as Hans and Kevin talk about the ductbill, this is where the water flows out through. It prevents the water from coming in, and it flows out. If you guys ever rode Splash Mountain in Disneyland or Disney World, they use these two at the back of it to allow water to drain as it goes up the lift. So they work very well. Exactly. Like Mayor Cooper said, low tech, and low tech is often a good thing. And the bolts are plastic breakaway bolts. So if an anchor does hit, it should just hit one diffuser. Excuse me, take out one diffuser or a couple, not pull the whole outfall. It's specifically designed that way. So, again, I just wanted to reiterate and show that there are no moving parts to this except the duct bills when they, when they open and close. And as far as the maintenance, the only thing that we have found, like you talked about, Commissioner, was some missing bolts or bolts that were tightened, and it's brought back to as-built standards after every inspection, which is every 2 years.
I'm sorry, Henry, I'm not following you. What exactly does this thing do? The duckbill, is that
Okay.
the diffuser?
It's the end of the line, correct?
Yeah, it's the end of the line, basically. This is where the water comes out when it,
Is that what you're calling the diffuser?
yeah, this is the diffuser. My apologies if I wasn't clear. The water, this is the piping goes through up to the ocean floor, goes along the ocean floor, is mounted there, and the water, the highly treated effluent comes out
Okay,
comes out these.
we've been using two terms, duckbill and diffuser.
Well, this is the duckbill. This is part of the diffuser,
Okay.
okay?
You could call it a nozzle. Is it a nozzle? Okay.
All righty, thank you.
And just, I'm going to ask a question. There are multiple of these and multiple duckbills in the whole thing, right? This is not the very end of, this isn't exactly what is at the end. It's a very large.
This is the one that got hit by the anchor
Oh,
and then,
okay.
and then
All
recovered.
right. But it's one of how many?
5.
No.
8 risers and 3 diffusers on 3 duckbills on each.
Yeah, so it's
Yes.
there's more than that, right?
And if there are modifications, there are some that are blanked right now. The study that will be done and the design modification, the county would pay for any modifications or additions to our outfall
Okay.
if it's approved. Okay, any questions on?
Thank you.
All right, so any questions on the area from Deauville to the diffusers or the entire slide as far as the maintenance?
And Mayor?
Commissioner Saunders?
One very quick question. Of course, our agreement calls for up to 5 million gallons per day. How do we know that where is it measured that it's only 5 million gallons a day and not 6 or 7 or 8 or whatever?
I will.
Each facility has a permit point of compliance, which has a calibrated measurement requirement. That would be the one. So there's one at the effluent pump station in Rehoboth. There will be one, an equivalent one in Wolfgang.
My concern, of course, is as we continue to grow as a city, we want to keep some space for ourselves for future growth. That was the reason for my question. Thank you.
Commissioner, I'll be talking about that in a little bit.
Very good.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, wanted to talk about system capacity. First, additional flow is not going to cause any pipe to fail or wear down quicker. Okay, that's either in our force main or the outfall. The entire system has a conservative 11.45 million gallons per day, and that's per the 10 state standards, which was discussed at the last meeting. So, and we actually could have used a higher number than, we could have used 12.2 by analyzing it differently. However, we chose to go with a more conservative number. So 11.45 capacity minus the 5 for Sussex County, their maximum, minus our 3.4 Rehoboth permit, which would be Dewey, North Shores, and Henlopen and Acres, leaves just over 3 million gallons reserve capacity for growth. Now, this does not include West Rehoboth, since when Wolf Neck is built, the county is going to have the flow from like Holland Glade area go to their Wolf Neck plant. So I mentioned before, in July of '24, the average daily flow for the city of Rehoboth and North Shores was 1 million gallons a day. And the Dewey Beach and Henlopen was about 1 million gallons a day. So, you know, we've had days, 4th of July weekend, about 3.2 million gallons a day, especially if it rains. But those days are rare. And again, during the entire month of July, the average was basically 2 million gallons a day through our treatment plant. So we have the 3.5 reserve capacity. And with the current agreement, the 2017 agreement, the county is limited to 1.7 million gallons a day of that 3.4. They cannot go over that without our written permission. So even if the city were to double the growth, which really is impossible, and as Mayor Cooper mentioned a couple meetings ago, we're pretty much built out, we have room to grow. And if we were to grow that much, we would need to do significant upgrades to our treatment plant, like another third clarifier, changes to our oxidation ditch, significant changes to that. So we have enough capacity.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Commissioner Shinowski?
Henry, I'm not worried about capacity at all. Without question, we would never get close to reaching capacity, and I'm comfortable with the 3.05 reserve capacity that would still be in place after this agreement. But I guess I want to ask a question regarding the capacity. So the 11.45, that's not a physical limitation on capacity. That is what we are permitted by DENREC, correct?
The 11.45, Commissioner, is the design capacity based on our piping, our entire effluent system, and flowing the treated effluent at 8 feet per second.
Okay, so that is the design capacity of the outfall. And my final question is, and I'm only asking this to play devil's advocate here because I think people will ask, you state here that the additional flow will not cause any pipe to fail or wear down quicker. When you're almost doubling the capacity, that inherently just doesn't sound right. Is there some science or methodology that you come to draw that conclusion?
Sure, and again, Commissioner, that's based on the 11.45 million gallons a day. If we were pumping 25 million gallons a day, different story. Then it could cause problems. The outfall piping is also rated for 235 PSI. As Hans mentioned, parts of it are vented the entire time. And our outfall from, the force main from the effluent pump station to Deauville Beach, that piping is also rated at over 200 PSI. And we may at times go 50 or 60, so the PSI. So the pressure is very low, and the flow based on the piping diameter, and that's where they come up with the 11.45, the diameter of the piping and the velocity.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
So yes, I note your first bullet point, but of course, the diffusers do experience more wear and tear based on flow, although the county is offering to pay for 100% of maintenance of the diffusers, which are 1 mile out. Is the pipe from our plant to the vault, also HDPE, the one that goes all the way down Henlopen Avenue to the vault, the way the outfall is HDPE piping?
No, it's a type of PVC that is designed for these applications. And the estimated lifespan of this in an environment like this is 50 to 100 years plus.
Okay, well, that, of course, it's part of my concern about the fact that if the more direct or the most direct route were chosen, this added up to 5 million gallons a day would not have to traverse all the way from the state road area through our pipe all the way to the vault. So there's like a lot of advantages, so that pipe would be, less under pressure.
Commissioner, I'd like to.
Can we
I'd like-
defer your answer to the,
And the other part of that is.
We're gonna have the county
The pumps.
later.
Yeah, just the pumps that then of ours, and I know the county has agreed to upgrades to our pumps to deal with the back pressure of this 5 million gallons a day. But, there seem to be some advantages, like we don't have to confront some of these engineering problems near the tie-in area if we went a more direct route.
Suzanne, I will remind you that the county will be speaking after members of the public.
Excellent.
And that's the appropriate time.
The one thing I do want to address about that is the effluent pump station. Right now, we have 4 pumps. And during the wintertime, we have 1 pump running at a slower speed than the 60 hertz. During the summertime, when we have the 3 million, if we do have 3 million gallons a day, we may have 3 pumps running. But the capacity of our effluent pump station can easily handle what we have. And there will be some back pressure associated with it, but again, if at some point we find that based on our flow, if our flow increases some and the back pressure, and we need to change our pumps, change our motors, change our impellers, whatever is determined, the county will pay for any required upgrades.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Okay. So that's all I have on this slide. Any questions on capacity growth?
I
Commissioner Marker?
I appreciate you, framing this like with regard to capacity. Are there any other considerations besides, obviously we're limited by our agreement and so forth and so on, that I'm just wondering if there's any other kind of consequence if any of the things that we're kind of relying on is not changing, change, that may influence the future use or how this would work. And I'm just trying to come up with something, and I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but if for example, I'm just gonna make something up here, that we instituted some kind of thing where we're trying to conserve water, so we would have less water, and would that change how the effluent levels, or we'd have to do more to the effluents, that we have less water that goes into the pipe or anything like that? I'm kind of trying to think of like the opposite of what we're talking about. That would impact this. I'm not speaking necessarily of the agreement, but I mean, if suddenly we were dealing with less water, how would that change? I'm just trying to think.
Well, the treatment would be the same, and you and I went on.
I would think having water going through this thing is good. You know what I mean? It's we were diluting and all this other kind of stuff. But I'm just wondering if it's problematic if we have less water.
It's not problematic. It's kind of
maybe that's not the right word, but
okay.
But,
well, no. Well, this time of year, our flow is very low, and we
Okay.
have one of the 4 pumps running, which gives us the opportunity to do maintenance on one of the other 4.
Well,
So
here's my scenario. We still have the number of people coming here, but we have less water to handle it. Like if we had the increase in seasonal population, but we had less water available to us through some consequence. Let's say that, we all had to put on low flow toilets, or we had to have smaller washer loads or something like that. Would that affect it in any way?
No, it would not negatively affect.
Okay, I'm just asking. I'm trying to think of some dumb questions here. Okay.
Commissioner Gossett?
A question here on your footnote, it says not including West Rehoboth, since Sussex County will treat their flow at the new Wolf Neck plant. Will that have an impact on our current agreement on the percentage of sharing if they're removing flow?
No. Wolf Neck, that area of West Rehoboth, Holland Glade area was added, was that 3 years ago? About 3 years ago at the request of the county. And, my predecessor and county engineer made that agreement to take on the flow. But that would be, I'm not sure of the dollar amount. It's fairly insignificant compared to, obviously compared to Dewey Beach. So they would
Thank you.
pay. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Proceed, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so this slide is pros and cons. So the pros, future wastewater capital projects, which lead to potential relief for in-town ratepayers. The $20 million can be invested in interest received until the funds are needed. The treated effluent would be out of the canal, which benefits the inland waterway and bays. In a continued partnership with Sussex County, including potentially more funding and partnerships with Sussex County. Now, there are cons here, but let me read them first. Cons, increased treated effluent in the ocean. There will be changes required to the outfall, and it limits the capacity of the future growth. As far as the first con, we spoke about this in the last meeting, that DENREC and the EPA see the Atlantic Ocean as a non-nutrient sensitive body of water, but it obviously doesn't include the amount, if this goes through, it would increase the amount of load to that body of water. And changes required to the outfall, we feel that's a minor consideration. We spoke about potential additional ARVs due to the increased back pressure, but that would be paid for by the county and all maintenance on those. And also, this would give us the potential diversion of flow to their effluent lagoon if needed. And also the limits capacity for growth. We discussed this a few minutes earlier, that our reserve is just over 3 if this goes into effect, and we can limit the county growth to the 1.7 if needed to our treatment plant. And Rehoboth is basically built out with, and say like at Baymont, with those 31 additional homes, you're probably looking at about 8,000 gallons a day additional for those homes. And even with the increased hotel rooms, that would be minimal compared to our 3 million gallon reserve capacity.
Mayor, I had a quick.
Sorry, it's time for something, I don't remember what. Commissioner Good.
Henry, I know we've discussed this potential for this, I guess, is it already bi-directional, or would it require an investment on our part to have the option of sending our either treated or untreated effluent to Wolf Neck? That, do you have any sort of cost estimate for our building this? Because I understand the county certainly isn't offering to pay for that.
You mean if the agreement does not go through?
Well, actually, regardless, to build this capacity to send from our plant to Wolf Neck, of course, a few years hence, once maybe Wolf Neck has been, renovated. Do you have any idea of the cost of something like that? Because, it does have a benefit, but it's not clear we would make that investment ever.
No, I don't think we would make that investment, but it is a benefit that with us being able to send the treated effluent to the county, to their effluent lagoon. It's something that we don't have now. And I believe my predecessor had discussed that previously with the county engineer. But again, it would be,
I mean, what sort of investment are we talking about in terms of the pipeline to go from our plant? Wolf Neck is almost about 5 miles from our wastewater treatment plant.
Commissioner, it would follow the approximate same route like we proposed as one of our alternatives for the treated. That route we estimate is over $20 million, that investment. So you would face the same cost to take raw wastewater from the treatment plant in Rehoboth to the new Wolf Neck facility.
So I guess my takeaway from this has been cited as a benefit, but the chances that we make this investment and then have this superior option if our wastewater treatment were to have some catastrophic event. If there were, say, a hurricane, it's likely both our plant and Wolf Neck would be encountering problems, at the same time. So, but thank you for, talking about that it would cost $20 million for this possibility that is out there, but, is not actionable, without a major investment.
So Henry, just to confirm, the tie-in would not be bidirectional?
yeah,
The treated effluent?
yeah, the tie-in would be bidirectional, where we could pump to the county to their effluent lagoon.
Okay.
And who's paying for that?
The county would pay for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mayor, may I question?
There's the benefit. Commissioner Saunders.
Henry, isn't it true that, or let me just rephrase that, I've heard from mariners and boat people along the canal that where the effluent goes into the canal, most of it goes north and ends up in the ocean anyhow. Is that true?
Hans is
Travels.
nodding in the
Yes.
affirmative.
So that we're not really saving the bay, we are saving a little bit of the ocean, correct?
You mean where it goes in
current-
at the Lewes?
Yes,
Or
where it currently
since
goes
we
in.
don't go to the canal at all?
No, but where it currently goes into the, on your prose here, you say that we're saving the bay, but I question if we're actually saving the ocean in that the effluent is going north into the ocean right now, today.
Yeah, I understand.
Delaware Bay, right. Getting it out of the canal and Delaware Bay. Correct, right. But it ultimately ends up in the ocean. Right, it ends up in the ocean right there.
All right.
But not far enough out. I'd rather have it out a mile.
Henry?
So that's all I have on the pros and cons. Are there any questions of the commissioners on that?
Before we go to the members of the public, last questions, remember they'd be directed to Henry relative to city actions.
I've got a few broad, I guess, questions, comments for Henry, if you're finished.
Oh, yeah,
So-
I do have our staff, sorry, Commissioner, I do have our staff recommendation, so one more slide after
Okay.
the pros and cons. But go ahead.
No,
Commissioner.
Go ahead.
I'll go after you do
Go
the
ahead.
staff
Go
recommendation.
ahead,
Okay,
finish.
so I'm just going to read the staff recommendation. The City of Rehoboth staff believes all concerns have been adequately addressed, and if all parties agree to the Lewes Board of Public Works and Sussex County term sheet, staff recommendation is to move forward with the agreement with Sussex County for a $20 million lump sum payment to send up to 5 million gallons per day of treated effluent.
Thank you, Henry. Commissioner Stranowski?
Yeah, thank you, Henry. I think you did a very thorough, good job on that presentation. I'm very much in favor of proceeding with this. There are a few things that have been brought up that are I just want to make sure are considerations that have been thought through. One is the valuation that the county and Lewes Board of Public Works used, I think was called into question a few times, and that's they used a depreciation as part of the valuation. Several people, including one of our commissioners that is a CPA, has brought that and questioned how that valuation was done. So that's one thing that I'd like clarification on. I'm just going to list all of them, and then you can take them as you want, or pun them off to someone else. The other is
Pause and let him take notes.
the other thing that I think has been mentioned several times is, the $20 million payment is after their permits are granted, which could be 3 years. $20 million today is not $20 million 3 years from now. And is that something that you've considered and discussed with the county? And lastly is this agreement being in perpetuity. There is, in my mind, there is value in the assumption of cost that the county will take on. There's value in that, but there's also risk as well. And the fact that it's just a lump sum payment and there's nothing, and it's in perpetuity and there's no considerations after the fact in terms of it, like someone used the term royalties, some revenue sharing. Is that something that you and the city staff have talked about? So those are the 3 points that I still kind of have on my radar.
Okay, the $20 million valuation, I'm going to defer that to Hazen and Sawyer. And as far as the amount 3 years from now, the one thing that I talked about in the last slide was how the county easily could have come to us and said, we're going to pay you on a per flow basis. Once we hit X amount, we'll pay you this, until we get up to the $5 million. But they didn't. They offered the $20 million up front. And I thought that was a huge consideration because there's a lot of speculation about the growth, but we really don't know when they would hit that $5 million, 5 million gallons a day. So that's one reason why really didn't go there with the 3 years from now. And, well, I'll wait on number 3. I may ask you to ask it again while I process it. But if I don't mind asking either Joe or Jeremy to come up to talk about the valuation. This is Joe Conti from Hazen and Sawyer.
Appreciate everybody's time today. Thank you. It's a pleasure to speak here today. So we looked at the valuation approach that was developed by Sussex, and per Henry, Kevin, and others' recommendations, we looked at it, is this fair? And we looked at it, the initial work done by the county, they identified a depreciation, 6 years old. This was the value of it, depreciated, and they ultimately came down a cost per million gallon. We looked at that and made some adjustments to it and identified what would the cost be today. We applied an inflation factor. Now, there's different ways you can go about identifying what would the cost today to come up with a present-day cost minus depreciation. Engage contractors. Right now, everybody's going to give you a different level of opinion. But we feel that the way that we approach this, looking at the value of it, inflating it today to get a present worth, and then a depreciation because the asset has aged by 6 years, which is not significant, we feel that the cost per million gallons derived from that is fair. And we looked at that internally.
Great, thank you.
I had a follow-up question to that, and I'm very concerned about the valuation because the replacement cost, even the county agrees, is at least $60 million to build a new outfall. So your depreciation, to me, failed to look at the replacement costs. And my other problem was you had the county's supposedly best offer in front of you when you did your calculations. So I'm not sure. And there's a third problem, of course, in addition to this price not even approaching the replacement value of an outfall, either for the county to build an outfall 1.13 miles north of ours, or for the eventual replacement of our outfall. $20 million 3 years from now is worth, depending on the inflation rate you use, about $17 million now. So to me, there are so many inherent flaws in this calculation, I don't even know where to begin with it, to be honest.
No, and I can appreciate that. And there can be a deeper analysis into how we want to cost this. And like I said, we can engage contractors. I think there's been discussions about looking at other assets, but a valuation approach from an engineering side of a house, looking at the replacement costs less depreciation is certainly a valid way to approach this. We also looked at the fact that when it was shared that the overall cost of the outfall plus what was contributed by the county and this offer puts it almost like they're almost paid for the entire value of the outfall when it was initially constructed 6 years ago. If you consider the 20 million plus the 16 million, right, 92% of the total value. So can we go deeper with the analysis? We could, but the information that was provided, we looked at it as, was the approach, the methodology fair and in line in what's considered viable today? And we feel that it is. Now, we can also go different directions and look at this from different aspects. You can grab 3 or 4 different people that do valuation approaches and we can come up with different numbers. So it really depends on how deep you want to go with this and how broad you want to get with the analysis. If I talk to certain contractors, a contractor may come out and say, hey, it's going to cost you guys $100 million to do it. Somebody else might come in and say a different number. So it's a variation. I appreciate your concern, but just the way we looked at it, we felt that the methodology that was applied was fair.
Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
My question?
Commissioner Saunders?
Full disclosure, I was a real estate appraiser for 35 years. Sure. And we would throw this out. No offense, but 8 years and you giving us 26% depreciation over the 8 years. I think that, although I've certainly not involved with any construction of that sort, I mean, even general residential construction is much closer to 10% a year to 12% a year in Sussex County. So I think your 4% a year that you gave for the inflation factor was way low. And then we just heard from I believe it might have been Mr. Williams or Henry, that we have no depreciation, that the pipe actually has not worn down, that there is no wear and tear. So why are we taking $1 million a year for no wear and tear? So yes, I would ask you to redo it using, better factors and more realistic numbers.
We can look at that. I don't know if anybody else wants to provide any insight on this, but we could take a look at that.
Yeah, I'd
certainly.
appreciate that. And because we're being told the HDPE pipe does not degrade with increased flow, but we know the diffusers, definitely wear out.
Sure.
So although the county is offering to replace the diffusers, the lifespan of the outfall, in my mind, will be lower with this increased flow, which is, in the wintertime anyway, we're almost quintupling the flow, and in the summer, we're more than doubling the flow on, through this outfall.
Sure, and the flow will have really no impact on the degradation of the material of construction. So the HDPE pipe, the PVC pipe, your effluent has no constituents in it like hydrogen sulfide. There's no metallic ferrous parts that will deteriorate. There'll be no scouring. So the pipe will last. Now, the 50 years to 100 years, over the course of time, that's the life, the age of the asset. So when we looked at the depreciation, we said it's a 50-year asset, and we brought it down. I'll take a look at the numbers again, like you said, with regard to the factor.
Commissioner Markert, did you want to say something?
I did.
Then I'll
Just right. You use the word fair. We're not looking for fair. We're looking for advantageous to us.
Sure.
So.
And I'll just voice my concern. I appreciate, I think the term fair means, to me, there's a rationale to be able to come up with some value, whether or not that value is pertinent or realistic or whatever, but I'm trying to basically parse the realities of the situation, which is we have an outfall. We have an outfall with excess capacity. It's in pretty good shape. And Sussex County desperately needs that capacity. And we're really talking about, I think, of negotiation basically between two parties, unless somebody wants to raise their hand and say, well, I'm interested in that as well, you know, but I feel like we have a fiduciary duty here, you know, for the citizens of Rehoboth, that we're going to try to strike a reasonable deal on all this. And to me, this is the biggest sticking point, I think. I mean, I think the staff has done a commendable job talking about the realities of what we're dealing with and you know, what it does and how it works and all that other kind of stuff. But I'm looking at this, and I'm not even necessarily looking at this, or what's the value at this moment. Nobody's going to be building an outfall anytime soon. You know, and I've heard people tell me that, you know, to question the reality that anybody's going to be, you know, that you can't get approval for it or whatever. So I don't know about that. But I'm just raising it. But I would like to see, for this to go forward for me, maybe a menu of various means of basically coming up with valuations. And it really kind of ultimately has to come down to basically what's the value to the party who needs it and what's the value to us. And I'm just feeling that to enter a contract right now or an agreement right now, assuming that this is all we're going to get, and I'm not necessarily looking to get all that we can get, but I just feel like that we've exhausted this analysis to the point where we can rely on it and feel that we did our best effort. So I'm just offering that up, but I have to believe that there is another way to come up with that number.
Thanks. Thank you. Commissioner Saunders, did you have anybody else?
Yeah, Mayor, I just, because of that topic, or that conversation, I just want to be perfectly clear, because it was suggested that in terms of the valuation and replacement costs, it was mentioned that, you know, it could cost $60 million to replace the outfall, and made it sound like it was the city's responsibility. I want to clarify, if it costs $60 million to replace the entire outfall, a good portion of it is going to be covered 50% by the county in the already existing agreement. 5/6 of it is going to be paid for by the county from the tie-in to Deauville, and then the remainder of the outfall would be paid for by the county 100%. I just want to make sure that is very clear and the public is digesting that.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And from my mind, in terms of the valuation and the $20 million, there's value in that. I understand that. There's also value in the assumption of cost that the county is now going to take on in those different areas, which in the end of the day saves us money on repairs, maintenance, and replacement costs. So I just want to make sure that that's clear to the public, and there's value in that.
Thank you. Anybody else before we go to the public?
Mayor?
Commissioner Good?
Yeah, I feel we're making a common mistake in looking at the benefits and having limited knowledge of the costs, and in this case, considerable risks. And I think it's appropriate, because I know not all of you have had an opportunity to see all of the correspondence, but there are homeowners here who are gravely concerned about this. For example, among other things, feeling a town hall meeting is desperately needed, and one voter says you have no right to vote on this issue on December 20th. As of late, you have lost many townspeople's confidence regarding the governance of our beautiful city. One PhD.
Suzanne, respectfully, we don't need to go over all the letters. We've got
It will
we've got
take,
members
it
of
will
the
take
public here.
less than 4 to 5 minutes, and I know Commissioner Sharp did this in the past and was allowed to read. These are just excerpts. I am not arguing there is no amount of money that would justify our agreement with the county proposal to link with the city's outfall. I am arguing that 20 million does not begin to approach it. And furthermore, the number that would be acceptable to the county is much more, that would be acceptable to Rehoboth is much more than the county would be willing to pay. Thus, we should end this process. The current terms do not clearly outline the fiscal and environmental responsibilities among the three parties. For example, who is responsible if a failure occurs and the ocean becomes contaminated? Who compensates the businesses and residents in the event of a failure? The alternative for Sussex County to tie into Rehoboth's outfall that meets environmental constraints is for Sussex County to build its own outfall. This would likely cost about $60 million, not the $20 million they are offering the city. And as we know, it's not actually 20 million. 20 million a few years from now is not is not 20 million today. Many dispute the conclusion of the engineering consultants and believe that the value of our outfall is what it would require to replicate it. Seems very short-sighted for the money being offered. And regardless of the money offered, I don't want the issues that may come with this increase in treated wastewater. We strongly oppose expansion of the county's use of our city's outfall facility. It is not our responsibility to enable the county's rampant overdevelopment. While the revenue offered by the county is tempting, the amount is modest when considering the risk involved. Better we curtail expenditures. That's my priority, but it's been a hard road to hoe. Better we curtail expenditures than pursuing a revenue increase from a dubious source. We have been concerned about the agreement's apparent lack of protection for the city and its taxpayers, as well as a perceptible rush to sign. To service the rest of Sussex County by potentially endangering our beaches and thus our tourism industry is a terrible idea. I request that before approving the Sussex County request for added wastewater discharge, that a town hall meeting be held. The value of our outfall is what it would require to replicate it. Estimates exceed 60 million. Accepting the county Lewes request brings added income to Rehoboth Beach, but it's at the significant expense of wagering our clean beaches and swimmable ocean, which we cannot afford to lose. Rehoboth Beach should not be financially subsidizing the cost of Sussex County's wastewater treatment. Sussex County's offer of $20 million was not negotiated properly, which I have pointed out in the Cape Gazette and in some correspondence. There was no real negotiation which took place that we can tell. It was just sort of give me your best and final offer, and that was it. The fact that Sussex County is growing out of control does not mean that we have to forfeit our lifestyle to accommodate their needs. These are all property owners, property tax paying.
Jeffrey, you're out of order. You're the husband of Commissioner Good. I appreciate you not doing that.
So I want to enter that into the public record, and these property owners have written full-length emails which are embedded in the agenda under correspondence.
Well, I'd like to move on to the members of the public. Is that all right? Is there any member of the public that would like to speak here? I want you to recognize that some of you, we have your letters embedded in the agenda. I would appreciate, to conserve time, you can mention that you got a letter, and I would appreciate you mentioning what is new about your comments, because I assure you, we are reading your comments and letters and understand your point of view. So again, to conserve time, if you need to throw 3 minutes, that's fine, but I would suggest that you condense some of your words and just add something new. Jeffrey, did you want to start off? Please state your name and relationship to the city.
Oh, sure, I'm Jeffrey Good, I live in the city. I oppose this wastewater outfall proposal for 4 reasons. The first reason is what's been alluded to several times, and I'll give a little bit more insight on it. I'm very familiar with how the federal government evaluates regulations, proposals, major projects, because it takes time and money, and that's to look at the alternative. It seems very clear, at least to me, that if Rehoboth doesn't approve the county's proposal, they'll have to, and the county wants to meet the environmental standards that our Outfall would have, they'd have to build their own. And it was just presented to us just a little while ago that ours, we had to borrow almost $40.48 million years ago. And so the $60 million estimate is not so far off. I mean, I guess you could do a real thorough analysis and get a better number. But 20 million is sort of like a joke for a negotiation. I mean, I don't think we'll get all 60 million, but it should be 50 million. We should get a lot more if we're going to go ahead with this than the 20 million. That's number one. Number two, as was mentioned, but actually I believe by the former mayor, that this 20 million, well, my wife quoted me, 20 million today is not 20 million 4 years from now. We're talking about if you have a 3 to 5% interest rate, if we use that interest rate, we're talking 22.5 to 24.3 million to be equivalent to that 20 million. Or as I believe the former mayor said, that maybe we just got $1 million a year until, from the minute we signed the contract until it started to be implemented. So that's number two. Number three is an anecdotal thing, has nothing to do with economics or research, but I swim quite a bit. I used to be a lifeguard when I was in college. And I used to go to Oak Street pretty frequently. And then 2 years ago, I started finding gnats all over the water. And I did, this happened twice. And I said, forget about this. So I started going down to the other end on the southern end of the beach, of our beaches, and where I don't see the gnats. So I don't know if it had anything to do with the Outfall, because Oak Street is close to the Outfall or not, but maybe it does. And finally, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you. Next. Yes, sir. Come on up. State your name and relationship to the city, please. Especially, we want to know if you live in or outside of the city.
Very good. Thank you for giving us the opportunity for public comment. My name is Johannes Sayer. I live west of Lewes in unincorporated Sussex County. I may become a client or a user of Rehoboth's ocean outflow if the proposal you're considering today is implemented. I represent only myself. My background is in information technology, but I've engaged with environmental issues as a lay citizen for many years. Environmental science has the concept of externalized costs. That's when a business doesn't account for some cost of production in the price of a product, but instead passes it on to other parties. That's often society at large, and taxpayers often pay those costs. Property development in Sussex County is currently externalizing costs left and right, from increased flooding due to deforestation, to congestion on roadways, to overtaxed emergency services, to sewage which has no place to go. And that's been happening because to date, county government, which we recall has the authority in Delaware to regulate land use, has not regulated property development to subordinate it to limits on finite natural and municipal resources. Clearly, government has an interest in facilitating business operations by provision of municipal resources such as roads and sewage disposal. But that needs to happen under the constraints of a plan, and to date, no plan has been visible in Sussex County. Now people are starting to run around with their hair on fire as they notice the accumulation of externalized costs of unregulated property development and realize that repeating articles of faith about trickle-down economics and the alleged virtues of deregulation and limited government aren't solving those problems. Commissioners, as you know, sewage happens, and the population growth brought by uncontrolled development is producing lots of it. It's unacceptable for local government to collectively play whack-a-mole and create Band-Aid solutions which harm the environment, hereby increase nutrient loads at the outflow, while the development industry is given carte blanche to add residents to the region without being accountable for the demand that that places on public resources. That is a bottomless pit. I propose that Rehoboth not share its sewage disposal capacity without a plan in place for property development to be constrained to operate within the limits of available public resources, be that via a county adequate public facilities ordinance or other regulation. Instead of enabling developers to service their shareholders, it's time to require them and their shareholders to behave like stakeholders, along with the public and its representatives in government. That's not socialism. America was founded to replace government that served those who already have social and economic power with government that serves the interests of all the people. The taxpayer is not here to provide welfare for businesses and their investors who claim they can't make money without it. If regulated developers will still make plenty of money, they'll just make a little less, and they won't be doing it on the backs of the region's citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you, before you leave, would you spell your first name and second name
Of
for our
course.
secretary who's not here?
Sure. Johannes, Johannes, Sayer, Sayre.
Thank you, Mr. Sayer.
Thank you so much.
Any other members of the public? Carolyn?
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. I fully support the agreement. I don't know if $20 million is the right number, but when somebody makes you an offer, if you don't like it, you go back to them with a counteroffer. We have an asset, that being the excess capacity, which is capable of producing revenue for the city. As a ratepayer, I like that. I want that capacity to be used. There is no open market for this capacity. Nobody else is going to come in here and say, okay, you didn't want to sell it to Sussex County and Lewes, let's sell it to somebody else. There's nobody else to buy this. So as a ratepayer, as a taxpayer, I want you to accept this. If you don't like the $20 million, go back to them with another offer and negotiate. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Anybody else? Lisa?
Just really quick, one, you know, like, look, we're all residents of Sussex County, and I think we have an obligation to pursue partnerships where they benefit the county and the city and save funding for both the county and the city and any other parts of the government we're part of. So my problem is with the current terms. I don't think we've taken the correct time and done the due diligence to really assess the risks. And there's risks in the area of capitalization, environmental, indemnification, and budget impact. I really believe, and Mark, I kind of cheered you and gave you a wave back there. I don't know if you saw it on your comments, but you know, my objection is not with the agreement or the proposal. It is with the fact that we have not fully assessed the risks and come to a more fair agreement for the city of Rehoboth Beach at this point. So I'd ask you in your motion that I read to, you know, authorize the city manager, sure, to negotiate the agreement and terms, but add in that motion, please, that you will come back to the public and have a discussion on the updated terms that I hope also includes analysis of the risks that I mentioned, so the public can have a look at what this is really going to look like and not 10 one-line terms, which is currently what is publicly available on the analysis. So I hope that you come back for a public discussion of the terms once Taylor and team negotiates those. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Can you state your name for the record?
Oh, sorry. Lisa Schlosser, City of Rehoboth Beach resident.
Thank you. Thank you. Sam?
Sam Cooper, 13 Newcastle Street here in the city. 3 points, I guess. First one, I think Carolyn started it for me, so I will try not to go there. But what you have here is not a marketable asset. And address my comments to Commissioner Saunders, because I think he's, but, you know, a bit facetiously, but in tongue-in-cheek, but, you know, I think the county could have come to the city and said, we'll take over the maintenance of the outfall if you'll let us use it. And I think that wouldn't have probably been too bad a deal right there. If I said to you, Mark, I'll take over your car, you can use it anytime you want to, I'll take care of all the tires, and assuming it has no aesthetic value, you're not trying to impress somebody by, and you can use it, but I'm going to use it when I need it, but you can, you know, would you say, Sam, you can have my car?
$20 million, it's yours.
Well, but the point is that there's real value to somebody taking over the maintenance of something that you're going to be using anyway. So again, you don't have a marketable asset here. You can't take it out on the street and market it. Secondly, I think this idea of risk has just been blown out of proportion. The county has no reason to run a schlock operation at Wolf Neck. They've done an outstanding job at South Coastal. I think they were, like some people in Denrec tried to hoodwink the city into doing things. They were forced into Wolf Neck a number of years ago by the powers that be at the time. And I think everybody's realizing that it wasn't such a damn good idea. Fortunately, people in Rehoboth saw through it. If you truly are worried about the water quality in Rehoboth and the swimming, you would take the $20 million and spend it on your stormwater outfalls, because they are infinitesimally, I mean, more damaging to the swimming waters than the effluent that will come from the county will ever have. And, you know, if you really, you know, life's a risk. And I think the risk of their effluent is so small that it's almost incalculable. I've said in public meetings before, you have swimming in Rehoboth waters, you have more to worry about by the person who's swimming next to you than you do the effluent from our outfall. You don't know what they've got and what they just discharged into the water.
Thank you, Sam. Any other member? Dave? No, I'd like you to stay here, please. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Brent.
Yeah, thank you. Dave Diefendorfer, city resident. I agree with everything Sam just said. First off, this is not a marketable asset. Again, I'll repeat that. No one's going to come in here and offer us more money for this asset. We can't sell it to Florida. Maintenance costs. They're taking over a massive amount of the maintenance costs. We've talked about the $20 million ad nauseum, but the maintenance costs and the biannual inspections of divers going down there every 2 years, that's a lot of money. They're taking care of that. If a diffuser blows, they're going to take care of most of that. So I'm in favor of all this. Just a couple things I want to address quickly on some of the engineering comments that I've heard that just blow my mind. As a professional engineer, I just have to address this. So the pipe capacity at 11.45 million gallons a day. So Rehoboth at most is using 30% of that, which gives us a 70% capacity. So if we don't use this, it's like building an airplane for 200 people and letting 60 people on the airplane use it because we might wear the tires out, or we might damage the seats, or we might damage the engine because we have an extra 100 people on the plane. This doesn't make any sense. We have excess capacity. Sam did a great job when he put the pipe in. You don't need that kind of excess capacity engineering-wise. The pipes are designed for full flow. That's a 24-inch pipe is designed for a full flow. I'll say that again. So if you're running half the flow through there, the pipe is not going to wear down any more than if you double the flow, because it's designed for the maximum of 11.45 million gallons plus if you use a different C factor. I've talked sea level rise causing a pressure on the pipe. Every foot of water that rises is 0.43 of a pound. So if you rise sea level by 1 foot, which we've got bigger problems if that happens, it's going to put 0.43 pounds of pressure more on that outflow, which will do nothing to this pipe. All right, the increased flow will cause pressure to the pipe and possibly cause it to blow up. Another fallacy. The pipe is designed for 235 PSI with a safety factor of probably 2. So you're talking a lot of pressure. When the pumps were running the other day, I talked to Henry. We had 7 pounds of pressure out of the pipe. So I would not worry about the pipe. We've got plenty of pressure in that pipe. The increased flow on the pumps and the impellers, and the back pressure. I would certainly hope before they install their line in, they're going to model this, and you're going to make sure, and you're going to see already what that pressure is going to be. And you're going to, if the pressure rises enough to cause the back pressure on the pumps, which I highly doubt, you're going to then put a larger impeller or a larger pump. It's just the way you're going to do. There's no way you're going to install this without modeling. So, and that's all I have to say. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Good timing. Anybody else? Pat?
All right, help me out here. Chief. Thank you, thank you. I've got a bad cold. I hope you can understand me. But anyway, Pat Culuzzi, 41 Sussex Street here in the city. I have to start off with saying how disappointed I am that these letters were read here by Commissioner Good that contained a lot of disinformation. This idea that the possible outfall will cause water to be unswimmable is ridiculous. Everybody, and this has been, I'm repeating this, I know, but it's the outflow from the streets. That is what's causing the problem. In any case, the outfall will not do that, and the ocean outfall. I very much support this. I think that it's very important that the city move forward with it. I think in the future it's going to lower the rates for the folks living in town. The Phase 4 upgrades by themselves are going to cost us a fortune, and if we don't have a partner in that, it's going to be really hit us hard. So I think that's another thing that we should be looking at. The other pieces of this is the staff has recommended with this, and I'm assuming that they've done their due diligence and have worked very hard with the county to really understand everything. So I'm hoping that you all are listening to the staff, the people here who are professionals, as well as you paid a consultant to give you advice, and hopefully you would listen to that advice as well. $20 million, is that the right number? As has been already mentioned, it's not a marketable asset. If they just took over the maintenance, that would be just marvelous, because it's going to be very expensive to continue to maintain this over time. So I wholeheartedly hope you support this and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Anybody else, members of the public, like to speak on this topic? Not hearing any, we'll bring it back to this table. Would there like to be any comments by the commissioners? I'll be glad to stick my neck out first, I guess. I put down notes here to try to share with you what caught my attention and what influenced me to make my decision on this. The outfall, first of all, I want to state that the agenda item report for this topic that's embedded in the agenda is excellent. And want to remind everybody that it's updated for every meeting. So this is 6th iteration. And compliment the authors. I think it was Henry and Evan that did all the work on this, including the 6 updates to it. But it's very educational, especially if you start at the beginning and read to the end. What I've found in all our conversations that the Outfall is designed oversized for the capacity needs of Rehoboth. The size allows for additional limited growth within the incorporated limits of Rehoboth Beach. It will not harm us and our ability to grow internally. The payment from the county and the BPW makes the outfall cost nearly zero to Rehoboth Beach, as in one of Henry's slides. The excess capacity can be used by outside agencies without compromising RB, again, in Henry's slide. With the partnership, we would be passing along more maintenance costs to the county and BPW. That can translate into less costs for in-town ratepayers. In other words, ensuring rates to Rehoboth Beach ratepayers will remain low. That's a good thing. Without the partnership and infusion of extra dollars, the in-town rates will go up. I'm guessing an estimated 3, 4, 5. That's totally a guess, but they will be significant increases to our in-town ratepayers. And this has been mentioned many times, so I want to make sure to mention it again because we've mentioned many times that the wastewater treatment infrastructure costs are rising, which translates into higher costs to ratepayers. And again, it should not be a surprise when and if this happens because we have mentioned it over and over again. The partnership payment can be applied to the wastewater infrastructure costs to defray costs to our in-town clients, and that has value, I believe. No one else, it's been mentioned several times that nobody else would be interested in buying this. Several people have mentioned that. Also, the risks are identified if we don't create a partnership. I thought that was a wise insertion into the report, just an in case scenarios that let's say risks identified if we don't create a partnership. Rehoboth Beach would have more of a burden for the operations and maintenance costs. Rehoboth Beach would have the sole responsibility for all the outfall O&M costs. Minimum, again, we mentioned this a little bit, but a minimum of $50,000 plus repairs, which is bound to go up on an annual basis. And that would be taken care of by the county and BPW in this partnership if it gels. There are benefits to a partnership with the county, et cetera, in the form of constructing a bypass to send our effluent to the county facility in case of needed repairs to our facility, where the effluent would be stored in county lagoons until repairs are effected. Then effluent transferred back to Rehoboth Beach. It's a safety mechanism that's put in place or would be put in place and would benefit us. There are benefits to the environment by getting the treated effluent out of the canal. I know that's been questioned, but I believe there is a benefit. It may be less than what we hope for compared to the Rehoboth getting out of the canal, but I still think it's a benefit and it's worth trying to achieve. The partnership also, from my perspective, keeps the door open for future partnerships with the county. The county's been a good partner, and they would provide us, hopefully, additional assistance in funding large wastewater treatment upgrades in the future. They've been a great partner, giving us loans in the past and 0% loans and low-cost loans, and they have just been a fantastic partner, and I'd like to see that continue. The county operates their own wastewater treatment facility called the South Coastal. It's near Sea Colony. I mentioned this earlier. They have 5 other agencies that feed in there. So they've got the faith of Bethany Beach, South Bethany, Ocean View, Millville, and Fenwick as direct customers, and Selbyville as an outfall partner. I assume that means an outfall partner means it's already treated, I believe, and it's just joining the county's mix of treated effluent and going out into the ocean. And they've had very good success and no health problems there. The mechanisms are in place to monitor quality of the effluent independently. Again, the safety mechanisms are in place. The concern about excessive growth in the county, I have that same concern too, but the county did indicate that growth is controlled by the county planning commission and council and will happen regardless of a partnership or not. So I still have a concern there, but I understand it will probably happen, and I believe it will happen regardless. So I want to assure you, I'm not just hearing about this today and making a snap judgment. Again, I go back, my education started with the previous Outfall. I learned something there and I applied it to this. And again, this is our 6th meeting on this topic. I believe at this point I am able to make an informed analysis and judgment. I want to say that I appreciate all the public input for those that aren't here or that are watching or that sent in their emails to us that are embedded here. There were a few received after the deadline, and they will be inserted into the agenda. So if you go back and look at it, give it a day or two and look in there for any addendums or amendments. You know, I appreciate all the public input, pro and con. And I especially thank former Mayor Sam Cooper here to share. He's been here many a time, shared his opinion. For me, his opinion carries a lot of weight because he is the expert on our wastewater treatment system. So I appreciate his input there. Safety mechanisms are in place. The benefits, I believe, outweigh the risk, and I'm hoping that there's a motion that favors the partnership with the county. And again, I'm going to repeat and finish up, thank goodness, with my note of this morning that I said. I'm hopeful that today we will conclude by entertaining a motion that will signal the position of a majority of commissioners on whether or not they are amenable to such a partnership, and if favorable, then authorizing the city manager and his administrative team to continue working with the county and BPW in order to finalize an agreement and bring such agreement back to the commissioners for final scrutiny and a nod or not of approval. You can read into that where I'm probably headed with this. So anybody else like to
Mayor.
offer? Commissioner Good?
Yeah, I was aware of where you would stand on this. I want to let a lot of the public is aware of this, that this went out to referendum under then Mayor Sam Cooper. I don't think the public was aware that the pipe was 24 inches. They weren't aware that there might down the road be some potential excess capacity that could be sold. Yes, obviously there aren't too many buyers for this because, you know, proximity is what drives anyone's interest in this. But I feel the voters took on over $40 million in debt for an asset, and it's not right not to get. Maybe we don't need a full-on referendum, but I believe I would like a town hall to be held on this, perhaps the Saturday of President's Day weekend, or even the Saturday of Martin Luther King weekend, if that could be arranged. And I disagree. I have twice I've twice asked the county if they are having these problems with wastewater management. There's a lot that's gone on in recent years. They had a plan to be self-sufficient by Wolf Neck, and then some excavations revealed a problem. So then they changed course. But instead of exerting any pressure at all on planning and zoning in Georgetown, it's just business as usual. So I'm not saying that we can necessarily control the growth rate in Sussex County, which is completely unchecked, out of control with in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of medical personnel, and many other aspects of life here. But we will now lose all leverage we might have had. Now the county is able to situate 5 million gallons of treated effluent at a much lower cost than its value. And while this idea that we put this to a vote, and then we leave it to Mr. Tedder to negotiate the exact terms. Unfortunately, Mr. Tedder did not negotiate on our behalf back in, I believe, June. When most of us go to negotiate a price, like on a home, there's some back and forth. But Mr. Tedder let the county, he told us in his own words, let the county name its best and final price. So the city never spoke up for itself. So I don't trust the process where we're going to vote in favor of this city manager negotiating on our behalf. It didn't work in June. Why would it work better in January or tomorrow or on Monday? So for many reasons, I think it's the voters who took on this debt, took on quite a bit of risk actually, aren't expected to take on whatever risk this might be without their consent. If I'm a property owner, I did read from letters, all of these people are property owners, they pay property taxes. The majority of the letters on the agenda are against this partnership. And many of them do cite the problematic enabling of a county which doesn't seem to be able to control development whatsoever. And if nothing else, for the quality of life of everyone on balance, I think we should absolutely walk away from this at its current at the current price being offered. And I just think it's premature to take a vote when we've had a lot of, I'm not the only one who's called for a town hall on this, with the over 40 million in debt that the property owners here had made a decision to take on, which has cost them in property tax hikes and in other fees and services here have gone up since the 40 million in debt was taken on. And this worry that we won't be able to afford the remaining part of Phase 4 upgrades to our wastewater treatment plant, since the county's flow is something like 48% and ours is 52%, we just have to finance our 48%. I don't feel that's not what's going to bankrupt us. What bankrupts us is all these unneeded consultancies, major expansion of city hall positions, various projects that seem, for instance, the lifeguard station, which had been planned, we just had to borrow another $5.5 million to finance it instead of keeping other spending under control to avoid taking out another $5.5 million in debt. So I hope we do hold a town hall. I'm not that optimistic, and I think we're not being fair to those who, by referendum, decided to go forward with the outfall for a little over 40 million in debt. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. As far as the town hall, and we had a consensus that we were not going to do it. That was on the table. So unless any of those that voted against it or expressed their opinions against it change their mind, then we're not headed that direction. I goofed, and after the public input, I was supposed to come back to the county. Todd, would you like to offer any further comments or feedback or reports or responses?
So
introduce yourself.
I'm Tom Panetta from the Lewes Board of Public Works. There's just a couple of things. I appreciate the conversation today. A couple of things I just wanted to highlight. First of all, what we're proposing is a regional solution. It's to get everything out of the canal and get it into a suitable body of water. I know, Suzanne, you don't agree with me on that, but this is truly a regional solution for everyone's betterment. Along those lines, Lewes is on the cost for our prorated share of it. So the county is doing the yeoman's work. They've got, Hans and, the engineers. We were co-joint with GHD Engineering. But at the end of the day, Lewes is paying for this prorated also. And it's going to cost us a lot of money. Frankly, the cheapest option for, and I'm not going to speak for the county, but for the county with the treatment flow now, is to pump it back to our discharge point, not go to the outfall. And that would get us on the outgoing tide with the size of their effluent lagoons and be much cheaper than the pipe and taking over all this with Rehoboth Beach. But we don't think that is the right solution. We think we can get the support of the Lewes BPW ratepayers to pay for getting out of the canal and moving towards a more suitable. And you've heard me say this at the end of every one of the 6 meetings. We, Lewes, BPW, have to move forward. We have a plant that is in a floodplain and is, we're lucky we have not had a hurricane this year that hit us, but we've had some high tides, and that plant is putting the entire region at risk. So we need to move, and that's what was the driving point behind this. And Susan, I do agree with you. The devil is in the detail with respect to the agreement. We were asked to put together a term sheet, which then was amended by Rehoboth Beach. But that's not a legal agreement. Those are the bullet points that we collectively put together to kind of put some bounds around it. Until the 3 parties and their lawyers get together and start drafting the agreement, we can't answer a lot of the questions that you've all had, and frankly, we have also. So, and I just want to express my thanks to the county for persevering, and also for Rehoboth Beach staff for how they've gone about this process. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. Good afternoon, everyone. Todd Lawson, County Administrator. I want to echo what Tom said there in the end. I think I said this in the first time we were here talking about the outfall, that we understand what we're asking you to consider, and we understand the magnitude of this decision. And I say that we, not just county staff here and Lewes Board staff, but our elected officials that have entrusted us to come here and make this presentation 6 times, that have trusted us to negotiate with Lewes for the past 2 years to get to the point where we felt the best thing to do was to come to you all and ask for this consideration. The Lewes elected officials that are sitting in the audience and the Board of Public Works elected officials sitting in the audience that have entrusted this entire team represented over here to come forward and ask you for this consideration. And we do not, I'll say again, we fully understand the magnitude of what we're asking you to do and expand our partnership. And I want to touch on that. We've been partners with Rehoboth for decades. We hope the partnership continues. We've been partners with Lewes for a little less time than that, but still good partners. And that's why we decided to come here and ask for this, because we felt like we were your good partner. And I want to touch on the former mayor's analogy of this vehicle. A lot of talk about the $20 million offer. We presented 3 options of analysis to you, each under 20 million. We rounded up because we just wanted to offer one big final number that you would consider. But don't forget, back to the vehicle. We're offering you to pay for the vehicle, take care of the vehicle while you drive the vehicle. But we paid 42% of that vehicle with you. 42%. Now we're offering 20 million on top of that because we think this is the right option for you all to consider. We have other options. This is not the cheapest option for the county or for Lewes. We can run a pipe back to Lewes, treat the water, and send it out the canal for cheaper than what we're offering you. But we feel like this is the right offer for this partnership expansion, and it's the best thing for the region. So I know there's been a lot of other conversations related to risk and control and the negotiation that took place. I think we've belabored all of that. I'll just say that we really thank you for today's consideration and conversation. If there's specific questions about any of the items that we've covered today, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Tom.
Mayor.
So we're bringing it back to the commissioners. I've had my piece say so. Anybody else like to offer anything?
Here, I would if no one else is.
Commissioner Saunders?
Go ahead.
I do actually have full faith in Mr. Tedder, and I think he did the exact right thing when he went and talked to the folks involved and got what they said was their best deal. That doesn't mean that it is their best deal, but it's what they said. At this point, I see it as a possible win-win situation. We have some rough edges, and I think a little bit more negotiation, particularly on the $20 million and how it was arrived at, the methodology of arriving at it, I'm a little concerned about. And I'm sure I certainly would want to get lawyered up good, as we spoke of at the workshop, to make sure that we have an environmental attorney on our side. But with that, I feel comfortable that working with this partnership that we can make it into a win-win situation where both the county as well as the city of Rehoboth Beach come out ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody,
Mayor?
Commissioner? Let's let some other, I'll come back to you, Suzanne. Commissioner Marker?
I just had a couple of things, and I don't want to run on or anything, but I wanted to certainly commend the comments that were made today. I want to single out Lisa Schlosser, former commissioner, for her very insightful, I think, analysis and presentation. I take the comments that you made to heart, and with seriousness. The thing I want to say is there have been a couple comments with regard to thinking that this agreement is somehow either going to be have any effect or whatever effect it will have on the problems that we currently face with regard to the rampant development and growth in Sussex County. And I think there's a number of factors to that. But I would say the biggest thing that has taken place maybe in the last month or so has been the election, where you have, we have gotten new representatives on the county council and in other state offices, and frankly, I don't think that this impacts this whatever happens based on the decision and whether or not this agreement moves forward. I don't believe that will have really any impact on the growth, other than people living here be involved in the activities on the council and in other offices. So I think it all boils down to what we are here to come to agreement for the citizens of Rehoboth Beach, and I think first and foremost, and I can't say that I have felt like this is a great deal or a done deal, or that that this is the best it can be, or anything like that. I often think in usually negotiated situations, both sides tend to feel like they got the bum deal. So if it comes to that, maybe that's probably a good thing. My concern is I'm willing to move forward, but I want to make sure that somehow we can guide the process a little bit. I mean, I don't want to get in the weeds, and I don't want to be interfering. But in terms of if we hand this off to city staff, led by our city commission, excuse me, our city manager, that I think there's certain things that I think in our motion, if we make a motion, to be clear about certain things that we hope that they do and expect them to do. Because I don't really want to go in with this with the expectation that it's going to be. I mean, I think there may be some likelihood to it or whatever, but I want to be able to look at this clearly when they're done, to be able to analyze, what's good about it and what's not, maybe less what we wanted and so forth. So that's kind of where I'm at. So maybe we can have a little bit further discussion on that as we move closer.
Thank you. Suzanne, you wanted,
Well, Mayor, yeah, I find it concerning, I think at the December 9th meeting, or it might have been the November 4th meeting, Mr. Panetta of the Lewes BPW alluded to the fact that they could just continue discharging into the canal. And now I'm hearing our county administrator telling us that there are cheaper options. So if there are cheaper options available to Wolf Neck and Lewes, which meet environmental, regulations from the EPA and DENREC, why are we hearing that these exist, and yet you're trying to tell us you're going to be either virtuous or environmentalist and choose the Rehoboth option at $20 million, which is more expensive? Like, help me understand why you wouldn't choose an environmentally acceptable, less expensive option, because we know your goal obviously is to keep the rates for Lewes and Wolf Neck ratepayers as low as they can be. My own just evaluating this leads me to believe that Rehoboth Beach, because of the 20 million level of the offer, will be subsidizing ratepayers both in Wolf Neck and in Lewes. So if you could explain why you have decided not to pursue these cheaper options, I would love to hear that.
you can decline or feel free to respond.
Feel free to decline.
No, I'm going to make it very short and sweet. The cheaper option for both the county and us is to pump back from the revised Wolf Neck facility back to our discharge point. That is an environmentally acceptable. We have an NRPDS permit for that. And so, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily the state of the art. So two things can be true at the same time. We can do that, and we have the rights to do it under our permit, but we would prefer to do something that is a larger regional environmental solution.
That covers it. That covers it.
What he said. Thank you.
Patrick,
Anybody else commit?
Patrick, do you have anything you want to say? I want to wrap this up into a motion.
I will make a motion, so if your comments are welcome.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I concur with my colleagues, Mayor Mills and Commissioner Saunders. I concur with their comments.
Mayor, may I just add that, I hear what Lewes BPW and the county is telling us, but it is a reverse situation where Rehoboth Beach, because of some excess capacity, which we were never in the market trying to sell, by the way, happens to have, and that leads to us, in my view, bailing out ratepayers. And the minute we do that, it will just it could potentially even accelerate the growth within a few years in the county. So I think we're making a mistake, but obviously I'm vastly outnumbered, so this looks as though it will go through, and we need some more serious terms of negotiation of the finances, because there was no consideration for present value. Someone who tells you you're going to give you 20 million 3 years from now, that's worth at most 18 million today. It's the fact that was so inherently flawed makes me believe that the finances will not be properly handled, and that's one of many reasons why I think we should walk away from this entirely.
Thank you, Suzanne. Commissioner Gossett?
Yeah, thank you. I sort of, As Mayor Mills, we were here when we had the initial development of the ocean outfall, which was a lot of reason for the gray hair that both Mayor Cooper and I have, I believe, over a 20-year span. Well, you share too. Anyway, but I think we need to set the standard of regional cooperation here in the sense of the overdevelopment has been mentioned by Commissioner Markert that will be addressed by the 3 new county commissioners. That's the platform they run on, and that's where that decision lays with them. The regional cooperation, the cleaner environment, those are tenets of our CDP, which are something that we need to be are responsible for. But we're also given that privilege and duty to have an appropriate and reasonable compensation to the city for any asset that we want to sell or share or be involved with. Those are my guiding principles to kind of look over this. I'm not really, as was mentioned by Tom, you know, this is a term sheet. I'm not comfortable with a lot of the aspects of the term sheet, but I think all of those were really negotiated in good faith and by both our team, Mr. Tedder, who led the team, and others that came back from retirement and off the golf course to do this. And that institutional knowledge is very valuable and adds a lot to what we're about to deal with here. Again, that term sheet is very loose. What I'm looking for is the details and the actual agreement, which we have not had the opportunity to pursue. We've gathered a lot of comments here today, a lot of letters that have been written, emails that have been written, phone calls, door knocks, et cetera. And I've tried to capture all of those in a aspect of what we need to talk to or what we need to hear from the team that is negotiated. I'm not saying all of these aspects will be part of the contract or part of the agreement, but I think all of these need to be considered. So I would like to make a motion, and since it gets a little deep, Evan, if I could ask you to put this up on the camera there, if we can do that.
Have the overhead, Brent.
And I'll pass this out for the rest of us up here. Anyway, what I'm asking, say, or the motion is, I make a motion to authorize the city manager to continue negotiations with the Lewes Board of Public Works and Sussex County Council to develop a partnership agreement to remove all treated effluent discharges produced from the Lewes Wastewater Treatment Plant from the Lewes-Rehoboth Canal and utilize the Rehoboth Beach Force Main and Ocean Outfall for the purposes of this discharge, as well as additional discharge produced from the Wolf Neck Treatment Facility. Upon successful completion of said partnership agreement, the city staff shall present the agreement to the Commissioners of Rehoboth Beach for review and possible approval.
Can I interrupt you a second? Can you magnify that as much as you can? We won't get the whole thing on it, but Evan can move it up and down.
May we distribute this to,
Like that, and then move it up and
Yeah.
down?
Mayor?
Okay.
May we distribute the remaining copies to the gallery?
Well, I'd like them to distribute it to the county.
I think
first.
to the representatives from Lewes Public Works, what have you, and the county would be more appropriate.
I'm sorry for the pause.
But again, based on the letters and confirmations or conversations I've had with folks, I kind of put this into 4 basic categories: the general terms of the agreement, the financial obligations, the environmental impacts, and the operational provisions. And you can read them for yourselves, but the general terms, duration of the agreement, the definition of terms, the provisions to confirm to the existing agreement signed on August 8th, 2027, the agreement to honor the existing agreement signed in August 8th, 2027, an arbitration aspect, the governmental authority aspect, the financial obligations, indemnification, determination of the compensation, including the process determined for valuation. We had a great explanation here today, but to see that in writing or as a backup to the actual contract would be very, very revealing, I believe. The responsibility for the permit application cost and the financial incentives for promoting securing of permits, the financial payment structure, the responsibility for replacement costs, which we've talked about today, the environmental impacts, the wastewater treatment services to be provided by each participant, the prescribed effluent quality standards of each participant, the environmental testing requirements and process, the characteristics of the Lewes LBPW and Sussex County sewage, the quantity of those sewage, the measurement of sewage flow, the transmission system contribution, the biosolids treatment services, and then the operational provisions fall into project cooperation, the responsibility for permit applications, including a list of the permits required and approved schedule, the maintenance and replacement responsibilities, and the operational responsibilities. Again, this is what I have gleaned from letters, emails, people calling, people stopping me on the street, what have you. These are the weeds, which I'm accused all the time of getting into. But I think, to me, these are setting the expectations of the negotiating team that we want to hear about.
Thank you, Patrick. Would somebody move that so that we can see just the top paragraph?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Gossett read the motion, and I second his motion.
All righty. So we have a motion by Commissioner Patrick Gossett and a second by Commissioner Ed Shanowski to authorize the city manager to continue negotiations with the Lewes Board of Public Works and Sussex County Council to develop a partnership agreement to remove all treated effluent discharges produced from the Lewes Wastewater Treatment Plant from the Lewes-Rehoboth Canal and utilize the Rehoboth Beach force main and ocean outfall for the purposes of this discharge, as well as additional discharge produced from the Wolf Neck Treatment Facility. Upon successful completion of said partnership agreement, the city staff shall present the agreement to the commissioners of City of Rehoboth Beach for review and possible approval. This includes listed here the parameters for inclusion in a agreement, three-way agreement. Is there any additional discussion?
Yep. Mayor, I just want to be clear and clarify. This motion would require that the draft agreement, when in its final form, be put on a future agenda, and we would review it before it's approved, and the public would have an opportunity to comment at that time.
That's correct. If you read the last sentence again, upon successful completion of said partnership agreement, well, I guess I read that into finalizing the agreement. The city staff shall present the agreement to the commissioners for our review and final vote on it. And so, yes, the public would have an additional opportunity. Is that all right?
Mayor.
Characterize it like that?
Mayor, we just received this proposed motion from Commissioner Gossett. He implied he had a lot of input. This is very unusual. It's troubling. Like, we haven't vetted the people in whom you've put your trust to put this together. I don't understand why this should have been posted to the agenda. I mean, in what world do we just allow one person to say that the people who conferred with him should be the ones to put together the various aspects of this agreement?
Can we call the
Mayor, we have a
question,
vote.
please?
Call for a
Yeah,
vote.
let's, we'll call the question. We'll do a roll call vote. Again, the motion is to authorize city manager to continue negotiations, et cetera, as noted. We're going to do a roll call vote.
Can I just ask one question before we do that? If we had any, during this process, if we had any, what I would say, considerations that may direct staff to do something or add something to this, would we have the ability to do that at some point?
Well, you've got the ability to approach the city manager anytime. Yes.
Right, okay. So,
Yes.
I mean, the only thing I was really thinking about was, would it be appropriate or not appropriate, I guess, if we put some kind of terms with regard to when we hope to get this done?
No,
No, you won't
because
do that?
that's a three-way determination there, and
Okay. Okay.
we want to do it as soon as we can. They want to do it as soon as they can, and that would be left up to these groups.
Okay.
All righty. I'm going to go back to discussion. I just want to state that I want my favorable vote to be interpreted as a motion that signals that I favor a partnership with the county and Lewes BPW, and that I look forward to presentation in the near future of a final three-way agreement that the commissioners can further scrutinize and vote to accept. With that, I'll close discussion and we'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Mark Saunders,
Yes.
Commissioner Suzanne Good,
No, for so many reasons that I think we have a problem in the way this was handled. It may, we don't have, this is the one time we need an attorney here and we don't have one, but, you know, because I don't understand why this wasn't presented both to the public and to your fellow commissioners, Commissioner Gossett. It's sort of, you've blindsided all of us with this, which I don't think protects us in any way, by the way.
Thank you.
So, no.
Thank you. Commissioner Stranowski,
Aye.
Commissioner Gossett,
Aye.
Commissioner Markert,
I vote yes.
and the chair votes yes, and that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1, and the motion carries. We're going to take a 5-minute recess so that the county and BPW can clear out.
employees are taking a lot of spaces because his clients can't find parking. You know, when it's free, it's taken. You ready? Obviously. No one even worries
We're going to
about how long you
resume.
stay.
Let's resume, folks. Where's the agenda? What I'd like to do next, you all have a lot of patience and stamina. I appreciate you staying here. What I'd like to do next is skip over the resolution to reschedule public hearing. That we can do after the next item on the agenda, which would be discuss reevaluating the next steps related to the recommendation out of the parking and traffic study to consider expanding the permit and metered parking season to run from May 1 through October 31st. I'd like to review some things with you real quick. That this December 6th workshop is when Evan, I think, presented the Russie study that made that recommendation that forms part of today's agenda about extending the parking permit and parking meter system. Was that 2 weeks earlier from May 15th and start May 1st, and 6 weeks later from September 15th to October 31st. At the workshop meeting when that was presented, we had, I'm not going to mention commissioner's name, but one commissioner said they were all for it, and the other commissioner with the title of mayor said he was willing to take a pass on it, right? The other commissioners were somewhat silent in it. And so I tasked Assistant City Manager Evan Miller with creating some different options there that could be a foundation for future discussion. When I talked with Evan, I had mentioned different options could be. One option could be to do nothing. One option could be to extend the 2 weeks in front and the 4 weeks there. Another option could be the 2 weeks there, 4 weeks there, but only weekends. Another option could be, there's a lot of options, folks. So my intent was to bring Evan back, give him enough time and bring him back in here with those options in the agenda item report at the January workshop. Now, we've got inundated with correspondence, a lot of correspondence in the agenda. Thank you for those that wrote. And of course, the majority of it was, please defer on this topic till we can have more discussion. And actually, there were some people in there that indicated that, hey, they're fine with the extension and they had different options and suggestions. So I think we need time to take a look at everything. So I know one of the media, local media, I can't remember if it was a radio station or TV, reported that, hey, they're discussing parking options for implementation in 2026. And I came back to Evan and said, that didn't sound right. No, because we were actually talking about implementation for 2025. So we've got all these possible options. And the reason I worded the agenda language to allow us to reevaluate the path forward is because I needed better directions finally from the commissioners. And I think probably one of the first things to resolve would actually be, do we want to implement new parking restrictions for 2025? Or do we want to defer for 2026? Because if we defer till 2026, then there's no absolute rush. We still want to do it timely, and we still want to do it in relation to some of the budget talks. But we certainly don't want to wait till this time a year from now to do it, right? And so if the majority of the commissioners want to implement it for 2025, then we absolutely need to get some options in front of us for for the January workshop meeting. And so I think we need to resolve that first. Are we going to try to do something, inject it in, and implement it for 2025, or can we give a little more pause and do it for 2026? My personal preference is, as I said in the previous meeting was that I'm amenable to pass this year, and I'm still amenable to a pass because I think what we found is a lot of people, this touches a lot of people, steps on a lot of toes perhaps if we do the wrong thing. And a lot of people are passionate about it, obviously, because it impacts their business. So, because most of the input was from the business community. And I think also we would like your input on it. So whether, again, if we push it off till 2026, then we have additional options. Maybe we work something out with the Downtown Advisory Committee from the chamber to have 2 or several meetings or something. And again, deferring it gives us a better idea of the need for any changes and financial need for any changes. We've always say we're always looking at it to help us fund capital improvements and different things. So I'd like to get some feedback from the commissioners up here on how would you like to proceed. And after we get up here, we will definitely come to you, recognizing again that we do have all your letters embedded. If they were received timely, they are embedded in the agenda. And I just don't know where my agenda went.
Mayor?
Commissioner Good.
I'm troubled just by the fact that you seem to be holding a conversation with the Chamber of Commerce in deciding when this issue gets addressed. We've been dragging our feet on this for years. We had a parking commission which recommended an extension of the season. We just spent $200,000, which to me is dereliction of our fiduciary duty to the taxpayers to spend $200,000. Yes, it had 46 recommendations, but honestly, a lot of them were not even major traffic and parking concerns in the city, and their recommendation of extending the season has to be taken seriously. But the main problem is, what do people expect business owners and the Chamber of Commerce and Main Street to say? And because Commissioner Markert at the December 9th meeting mentioned that he needs more time to study this, the message seems to have been sent out to all the business owners to say that we need more time to study. We don't need more time to study this. I have 2 cities as templates, and they're both similar to Rehoboth Beach, Ocean City, Maryland, and Virginia Beach in Virginia, because there are growing populations to the west of each of these resort communities. Each of them has a boardwalk, as we do, where people like to exercise and not just come into town for the restaurants and the businesses. And they have had, in the case of Ocean City, Maryland, going back to at least 2019, their parking season runs from April 1st to October 31st. However, enforcement is only Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays in the month of April, in the month of May until Memorial Day weekend, and in the month of October. But daily enforcement is from the end of May until September 30th. That's Ocean City, Maryland. And there are huge communities to the west of Ocean City, like Ocean View, in the same way that Millsboro and Milton are in proximity, day trips. And that's not even counting the people who might live 2 hours away in Wilmington or in somewhere toward DC, who might choose Ocean City, Maryland, or Rehoboth for day trips. Then we have Virginia Beach, which charges from April 1st to October 31st inclusive, 7 days a week. So my problem with this is that the cost of things like police protection have gone up tremendously. And it's unusual that we keep thinking we are so flush with cash that we can't ask the visitors who are not staying, they're typically not staying in hotels if they need parking, because hotels provide parking. They're typically not staying in Airbnbs where, again, parking is included in their Airbnb, in their Airbnb rental. We need to ask their help to defray police protection, fire protection, trash removal, the restrooms. All the other services our streets department and other departments provide. So it will be very disappointing to me if we, for like the 10th year, we say we need study this further. We don't need to study anything. We're aware that we're behind other similar communities which have chosen to ask the visitors to pay their fair share. And we even have a business owner of a restaurant writing in that both because when the free parking goes into effect, for example, September 16th, but because a lot of employees use it, and also because a lot of people who aren't his customers, who arrived hours before the dinner service, are using this free parking. His customers can't find parking. So I think if you look at it strictly from the business owner's point of view, you might think, I think they're being short-sighted in thinking that the free parking necessarily helps them. The customers who will pay for parking the way they're accustomed to paying for parking in other places are going to be the customers who will spend more money on average. So I think postponing this another year sends the message this board is completely dysfunctional, hires consultants for $200,000, and some of that $200,000 was generated from parking revenue. So it came from the general fund, or it's like we just spent money to be told what's reasonable for a town with our characteristics, and we're just going to ignore that and might as well light a match to the $200,000 we spent 2 years ago, which, by the way, in my opinion, that study was chosen because it was stated that after that study, we would consider changes to the parking season. That bought us 2 seasons because the Rossi Group's findings weren't available until April 2024, which was too late to modify the length of the 2024 season. So now that we've had this study since April 2024 with the May 1st to October 31st recommendation, I think Dr. Michael Trejos, who wrote in, has some good ideas, including that the rates Friday, Saturday, Sunday, for instance, in October, would be $2 rather than $4. And guess what? Ocean City, Maryland has higher rates in July than Ocean City, Maryland has in October, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I hope we can get this done. January 6th, Mr. Miller can prepare a couple options, including, I believe, Ocean City. You don't have to reinvent things. Use Ocean City, Maryland as a great template for Rehoboth Beach.
Suzanne, let me interject something here. Suzanne, you started off with some accusations, and I would suggest that they're going to get you in trouble at some point. When you suggest that I'm conspiring with Carol and the others, I haven't conferred with anybody. So I would ask you to state fact and not assumptions. Commissioner Stranowski?
Yeah, Mayor, I want to be dysfunctional. I move we defer this, that we defer this topic. If anyone wants a second.
Mayor, I would feel that this topic needs discussion, but for implementation in 2026. There are materials and backgrounds, printed materials, the aspects of retooling the parking meters, working with Park Mobile. There are all kinds of impacts that none of us up here are really aware of. Mr. Miller has brought those forward on aspects of his last report. The consultant study said, yes, you need to explore extending the parking season. And I think that's what we need to do, and we need to do it in January as part of the budget discussions, because we need to be ready to hit the road running in 2026 in October, November, to announce it for what's coming up. That's the way staff can prepare for it. Restaurants, commercial businesses can prepare for it. We can also, between now and then, get more input on it. The aspects that Dr. Trejos has brought forward, and talking with some other merchants in town, they also express the frustration with their staff parking in front of their buildings, so that prevents customers from using the parking spaces, and they're there all day. I just put again some thoughts that came to mind in talking with folks. First off, how would the additional parking revenue be used? A consideration of surge or dynamic parking, a review of the 30-minute parking meters that convert to regular meters after 5 p.m., consideration of location pricing closer to the beach, higher the cost per hour. Staff parking, we attempted a few years ago to use the Rehoboth Beach Elementary parking lot for park and ride. Turned out that was too far for people to walk. They didn't want to do that. Same is true of park and ride. I mentioned about the parking meters are in effect, the staff, when they're not in effect, staff park in front of their businesses. And Carol, you could help me with his name, Bill, with the not Klemkowitz, Klemkowski, mentioned this to me 10 years ago. He said, you know, when meters are on, my staff parks way away from here. When the meters are off, they're parking in my front door and preventing customers from coming here. Another aspect is the events and festivals. We've got a lot of those things that are going on. Just kind of my rough look at our website, we've got 4 booked events in the Convention Center, May 1 through 11, 7 booked events in the Convention Center, September 18th to the 26th, 3 special events planned for May 2nd through the 10th, and then 7 special events planned September 20th to the 26th. So all of these play into coming up with a proposed change, perhaps, but I don't think it should be implemented without much more detailed discussion with the merchants, with Main Street, with the Chamber of Commerce, among ourselves, to implement a really tight program for the 2026 season. But I believe those discussions need to start as part of the January discussion of budget.
Well, we have a motion that's unseconded, but it's
Are we going to go to the public?
to defer. Yes, we will. To defer the discussion. Can we massage that by saying defer till the upcoming budget talks? Does that suffice?
That's fine.
Could you clarify, because we have until February, because the Chamber of Commerce says that's their deadline to print their brochures. So if it starts in the budget process in January, are you saying you're still deferring it for actual changes till the 2026 season? Or are you leaving it open to implement in time for April 1st or May 1st, 2025?
Modify your motion to include deferment to the upcoming budget season and for such that we would get implementation of new parking
Yeah,
for 2026 season.
I move we defer the implementation to 2026.
Well, we haven't gone to the public, number one.
You're out of order.
But-
Do you accept the friendly
How do
amendment?
we-
Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor to defer discussion of parking issues, including extending the season, and it would be for implementation in 2026. Right? So I would like to go for discussion. Anybody here would like to say, remember, we have the letters, but yes, we would like you to, you invested time with us. We'd like to, Mike, if you would state your name and
Mike Venanzi,
relationship.
Managing Partner Above the Dunes. Now I've been here 8 hours. I'm definitely going to bring a different chair next time. First off, I want to state very clearly, we absolutely do not want to model ourselves after OC Maryland with anything we do. Ocean City, Maryland business owners for the last 2 years are down over 30%, okay? That's one thing. Staff parking in front of your business is an owner's responsibility, not the city's responsibility. So the owner should figure that out. Every place that is mentioned has substantially lower rates than we do here on an hourly basis. That includes Bethany, Lewes, Ocean City, New Jersey, Cape May, areas that have the people that we want here, according to statements that were made last week. That parking study also suggests that we should get rid of 36 parking spots. Should we vote on that today? I think that's a great idea. Fear of missing out, FOMO. It's the oldest and most effective sales technique in the world. It's the reason we have tons of things in our closets that we don't use. It's the reason people buy things and give them away to Goodwill. It's the reason Home Shopping Network makes millions of dollars. On sale for just one day. When the clock runs out, the deal's over. Let's not allow ourselves to stick to an artificial time frame, a report that someone produced to help us make a bad decision. The FOMO for the board is see which parking revenue, maps that need to be printed by a deadline, some traffic study that was done and must be acted on. Some of the worst decisions are made out of fear, the artificial deadline. My ask is you ignore that artificial deadline. Give us a chance to put together a plan that is input from business, property owners, and residents. Allow those who are stuck with the consequences of these traffic studies make the decision, not those who write things down on paper, submit them, and move on to the next consulting job. The consequences stay here forever with us business owners and us residents. Once and for all, let's develop a plan that makes sense for all, not just a short-term fix. This is way too important of a decision that will affect us much more than the parking revenue budget. Let's not just get it done, let's get it done right. 92% of the letters sent to you on this topic were against the change. There were 2 that were neutral, that suggested some alternatives, and 2 that were against it. I'm going to read those 28 letters. Just kidding. Thank you in advance for your commitment to reach out to us and allow us to be a part of this decision prior to any decision being made. Thank you for your time today, and I wish you all a nice holiday.
Thank you for coming. Anybody else? Jeffrey?
Yes, hi, I'm Jeffrey Good. I'm a resident here. Couple things. I sort of tend to want to follow that consulting firm for those extra dates. What are they, from May 1st to October 31st. For the reasons, about a third our revenue of the city, I believe, comes from parking fees, yet the costs which were mentioned, I mean, we have police costs for visitors, we have fire costs, we have sanitation, we have all sorts of costs. So I don't think people really expect to come to a beach resort and not pay. Yeah, you can make it lower, say $2 instead of $4, but just to compensate for the cost of the city, to break even at least and help the businesses. We're not going to make a fortune, but just to break even. But I have something else related to this. We just had an election, and the reason I think, for example, Suzanne won was because the people want something different. They want some balance. Yet every time I come here, every time I look on the video, I look at almost every meeting you have, especially when you get to vote. You almost all vote what the mayor wants. I won't say 100%, but maybe 90%. Everyone votes with you. And then when you had a chance, you just picked Mark, who's a very nice guy, but he's also going to always vote with you. It's like there's no balance in this town. You don't pay attention to election. Clearly said they want somebody new, and you pick from the, quote, old guard again. It's like nothing's ever going to change in this town unless people start thinking for themselves and coming up with good, different answers. You don't always have to go along with the mayor. You don't have to. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Carolyn?
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. I'll keep this short. I feel like this is a rushed topic. Yes, it was in the traffic study, but this just came up, at the last meeting. I think doing this right at Christmas is a bad thing. I think you're going to have unintended consequences. There are people that I know that would come and speak about this if it weren't butting up to the Christmas holiday. For example, extending the parking season at face value extends the time that people down on Prospect and Queen in the Ocean Block cannot park in front of their houses. I assume you all know that, but you may not. They're not allowed to park in front of their houses overnight. They have to move their cars. To me, that's an unintended consequence in this. I also echo what Mike said. We are not Ocean City, Maryland. We should not compare ourselves to Ocean City, Maryland. That is a huge commercial town. We are mostly residential with some commercial streets. You have to think about how this impacts the residents too. And the businesses are a very big part of this community. They are why a lot of people come here. We should not make it more difficult. The other thing I'll just mention is if you extend the season, you have to have people to enforce it. The expense of that enforcement is a guaranteed expense to our bottom line. There is no guarantee of how much revenue you'll get, and I question whether you would get enough to cover the cost of enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Name and relationship to the city.
Sandra Skidmore. I'm not a city resident. I live over in Dodds Addition. And I wasn't going to speak, but some of the things that I've heard just impel me to do so. Please grant some consideration to those of us who consider Rehoboth our home. I may not live within city limits, but I've been a part of this community for well over 35 years. I volunteer on numerous committees with numerous nonprofits in the area, and I'm a volunteer. I'm not a business owner. I'm not a wealthy patron of anything. I'm just a plain old gal that lives over across the bridge. There are so many people who come into town, and I see them at the beginning of the parking season. They say, well, see you in September. I'm not coming back when this is going on. And that is not just anecdotal evidence. This appears to be a potential rush to judgment without full consideration of all possibilities. You raised that one gentleman's letter where he said, what about doing something on the weekends? Those are all things that we should be giving due consideration to, and in a reasoned, thoughtful manner, not pontificating, not comparing ourselves. If I wanted to live in a soulless, treeless commercial district, yeah, my butt would be down in Ocean City in a heartbeat. This is Rehoboth. We are not Ocean City. We are not Norfolk. We are not Virginia Beach, and we should not strive to be that because we are unique. That's what makes people want to come here. Let us not compare ourselves to some of the soullessness that's out there. There are already so many changes going on in this area that people are trying to adapt to. Let us not lose what it is that makes us unique and makes people want to be here. And I would ask also in future meetings, I've been sitting here since 1 o'clock. I've heard many arguments, the same argument expressed repeatedly. I would dare say it's pontificating. Please, in future meetings, have some respect for the rest of us who come here and want to have some input done and don't want to sit through 3.5 hours of the same viewpoint hammering at us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Dan?
I'm Dan Slagle, Executive Director, Rehoboth Beach Main Street. I have been in my position for over 5 years. I have built relationships with these business owners, visitors, and residents. And I'm going to tell you right now what's going on downtown. I can't speak for every single resident, business owners, but the temperature is not good. A lot of the all-season specials are not working to drive business downtown. I'm hearing this from a lot of the different restaurants, business owners. It's not been such a great season. So, and forcing parking on top of it, it's just, I'm not sure. I think we just need to have more conversation about it. What's hurting us right now is Route 1. There's a lot more hotels out there, a lot more restaurants, parking is easier, so I'm just giving you my point right now is what the temperature is downtown. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Anybody else? Dan, come ahead. Your name and relationship to the city, Dan?
Dan Miller, 30 Olive Avenue. I think most people know me. I am the only one that lives on the ocean block there of Olive Avenue, and when I've been there 30 years. The expert on parking before I was there was you, and you really were. You actually knew what the parking was actually happening down there. But I'm telling you now, $3 an hour really cut back on the traffic. $4 an hour, there's always parking spots there. right on the corner of Olive and First. So you really think extending the season's gonna be helping the city out? I mean, there's plenty of parking available. I parked my motorcycle next to, remember when I parked it next to you the other day? In September, I said, wow, we always find a parking spot. So parking's plentiful now. Maybe that's the solution that you want. You want plenty of parking and nobody coming there, but that's kind of what's happening now. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Anybody else? Go ahead. Your name and relationship to the city.
Hi, Liza Hodgkins. I'm also not a resident, but I am a participant in Rehoboth life in many ways. I don't want to repeat everybody else's comments, so I'm going to just do a few points, and one of which is Lincoln, in his Gettysburg Address, said it should be a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And if you are not including the stakeholders that evidently have not been included and are just coming to this meeting and having to sit through it, then you are not for the people and of the people and by the people. I hope you can reconsider that. Talking about spending $200,000 on studies, those aren't mandates. Those are studies in order to get information. They make recommendations. That's their job, is to think of things and make recommendations. I'm not saying they're just there for money, but it is not a mandate. You don't have to do something because you've spent money learning about it. I am glad that you all spent money to learn about it and got different opinions. A question about, it sounds like the only people who should be paying or are paying are daytime visitors. I'd be interested in Carol's information about how many visitors are only daytime and aren't spending money or time in hotels, Airbnbs, et cetera. Clearly, there's a lot of people who are staying here who don't want to come into town, and you all have heard it, everyone's repeated it, that they're not coming into town when they have to pay for it. And by the way, the businesses don't have a sign in their window saying, only residents allowed in this. You know, they're open to everybody. So I wouldn't talk about only daytime visitors coming into town to purchase things, eat, whatever. And I'm still bothered by Commissioner Good's comment last meeting about trying to get a better class of visitors. And then when I asked her about it, she said, you know, those who could afford a good meal. First of all, is that the official goal of Rehoboth Commission right now, is to get a better class of visitors? I'd really like to know what that means exactly. And by the way, it's not just people who are coming in to spend a lot of money on a meal, but it's also staff. Going to the post office, they have a few spaces. So my request is, don't delay this, deny. Don't delay this, don't defer. It should be over. I think it's quite clear what the feeling of the community is here. Thank you.
For the recording session, would you spell your first name and second name?
Liza, L-I-Z-A. Hodgkins, Hodskins. And I've been coming here since I was a kid and owned a business here for 10 years.
Thank you. Anybody else? Carol, come ahead.
Can I go to the short mic?
No, we're keeping speakers in the middle for now. There you go.
I think that's pretty good there, Chief. Carol Everhart, Rehoboth Beach, Dewey Beach Chamber of Commerce. I know you all received correspondence from us that stated that the chamber is opposed to implementing an increase or an extension of the parking meters for the 2025 budget. They are willing to look at all the options that are on the table for 2026. And someone mentioned Dr. Trejo's letter. He had a suggestion about weekends. They talked about that. Put in the right context and the right time frame, that's a possibility. I did want to say that Chamber's mission, promote business, tourism, and civic responsibility. Civic means community. And that's the business, that's the resident, that's the visitor, that's the beach, it's everything. So we really have to keep in mind what we'd be touching here. If you make a quick decision on this, I did receive a lot of calls from businesses downtown very much opposed to this. And I do agree that I have heard enough and from enough businesses to agree that business was not as good as it has been. That could be a lot of things, but you did increase the parking fees to $4 an hour. and that seems to have made a difference. I also want to say the chamber has a downtown task force. We don't have meetings, we have a task force. So whether it's on Dewey, whether it's on Route 1, whether it's on downtown Rehoboth, if there's an issue, we call the task force together. Susan Kehoe is here. She's the chair of our downtown task force. I think it would be wise to have Main Street and the downtown task force and others come in. We have this task force meeting. We list the concerns. We list the possible solutions. And that would be my suggestion. And, you know, bottom line, good decisions are based on knowledge. And if we don't gather the knowledge and know what these things would mean if you do it, we're making a mistake.
Thank you, Carol. Carol, you referenced Susan Kehoe. Susan, would you raise your hand so
Sorry.
Hopefully everybody knows you. Thank you.
I put her out there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, we have a motion on the floor to defer.
Oh, Mayor, may I just make one comment? I think that my comment on December 9th was taken a bit out of context. What I was saying was that people who are willing to pay a little bit for parking tend to be the type of customers who purchase more of the goods and services in our town. I think there'd be a strong correlation. And I'm sorry that maybe my words were badly chosen. We are speaking up here extemporaneously, so sometimes things get expressed in perhaps a more pejorative way than you know, or with a connotation that I didn't mean. But in general, I hear a lot of the so-called locals telling us that somehow they are attached, they're this, they're that. But asking people to help defray the town's cost when they live on the highway and don't pay Rehoboth Beach property taxes is not some sort of unreasonable request. And I hear we had a commissioner on December 9th say he needed more time to study this. Well, the chamber and all of its members wrote in letters that are all echoed that sentiment, that we need more time to study. If we need more time to study this, why have we been studying it since the 1990s? So what everybody is trying to achieve here is to defer this until, I don't know, December of 2025, and then in December of 2025, a new excuse will be found to not implement it for 2026, and that's what I believe. And that's how it's gone since the 90s. So, you know, if we want to continue to, I know Commissioner Gossett asked how this extra money would be used. We have such a spending problem, this extra parking revenue, of course, will be needed by this town. We just had to borrow $5.5 million for the lifeguard station. The visitors who benefit from lifeguard protection, obviously it's nice. Some of them are paying in the summer for parking. At this point, unless we take some heed of what the consultant said, which is just, which is just sort of reasonable suggestion, I'm not suggesting that we're like Ocean City, Maryland. I'm suggesting that we have a volume of visitor traffic similar to a large ocean resort with a boardwalk with amenities. I'm not to twist it into thinking that it's so dangerous to be. I think that actually sounds sort of snobby to say that we're better somehow than Ocean City, Maryland, and Virginia Beach. I don't think we're better at all. I think we're just not as we haven't taken the steps needed to regulate the crowds. On a Friday night during Jazz Fest in October, why would we want to have people circling for spaces and not being able to find parking because you have such huge crowds here taking advantage of the free parking? A lot of what goes on here, Dr. Trejos and other people have realized it's reached a point. We have so much more influx of people here than we did 10 or 20 years ago. So the problem that people were trying to address 20 years ago has just gotten worse. And here we are still, claiming we need more time to evaluate things or analyze. None of us up here on the commission are parking experts. We just, you know, we know the parameters, days of the week, months of the year. It's not rocket science, and we could put a proposal together.
It's 5 o'clock.
I'd like,
Can we move on?
I'd like to call the question. We have a motion and a second in front of us to defer discussion of parking, I'll say parking meter and permit issues to upcoming budget discussions for implementation for the 2026 season. Is there any, I think we've had enough discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Hold up your hand.
Aye.
How about you two? Did you say aye? Aye. And those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. So we have 5 yes and 1 nay, and the motion passes to defer this topic. Thank you all for coming. You can see you had an impact, definitely, and we'll be in touch. With that, we're going to move along, and we've got maybe 4 or 5 pieces of businesses I'm hoping that we can resolve in 10 minutes or more. The next item on the agenda is a resolution. Considering a resolution to reschedule the public hearing for basements. Unfortunately, we missed the deadline just barely for public notice, and it needs to be renoticed, and therefore, because it's a formal process, we need to readopt a resolution setting the public hearing for 17th of January at our regular meeting. Is there any questions about this? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Patrick Gossett and a second by Commissioner Ed Stranowski to adopt a resolution proposing that a public hearing be held on the subject of amending the code, sections 270-4 and 270-21B, relating to the definitions of basement and habitable basement, non-habitable basement, and crawl space, and floor finish, and wall finish, and gross floor area, and amending the gross floor exemption for certain basements, and regulating certain existing non-habitable basements. Such public hearing to be held on Friday, January 17th at 2:00 p.m. Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? And the motion's carried. The public hearing is reset. With that, I am going to defer on the structure of committees, and we'll resume that at the January workshop, unless there's objection. How long is this audit committee? We need to do the audit thing, right?
It's simple.
Mayor, could we, for the, out of respect for to the public, can we do what involves that?
Involves what?
We've got clear space in Main Street on the agendas.
Oh, sure. We'll be glad to go out of order so you can go home if you like. You know, I may accompany you, I don't know. Let's see, we're going to change the sequence here, which is my prerogative. We will, we'll do the report by Rehoboth Beach Main Street on the economic analysis of the Lewes Rehoboth Canal Block. You assured me that you'd be relatively short, but we'll give you what time you like, Dan. Go
Barry
ahead.
Stever with me, any questions? Dan Slago, Executive Director, Rehoboth Beach Main Street, and I'm here on behalf of the Canal Dock and an update. So the city approached us about working with them on the Canal Dock, and so that's what I'm here for, to give you a kind of an update to better understand the current private use. We have tours, we have taxi service at this point, and to be better understand potential private uses, we're expanding tours, taxi rentals, and kayaks and paddle boats. It's something we're working towards. It's a potential improvement of the dock and challenges and opportunities that we're facing. One of the good things is the Cape Water Tours brings folks from Lewes to Rehoboth each Friday evening during the seasonal schedule, and conducts 2-hour tours. So we're really pleased with that. We have met with the Cape Water Tour to promote through our newsletter and through social media to, for more usage for that. Also, we're attempting to better understand the current potential public use for fishing, private boats, kayaks, also potential improvements and challenges and opportunities again. One of the biggest users of the canal dock is Dogfish Head to shuttle passengers from their inn in Lewes. Dogfish Head has priority schedules fun events through Cape Water Tour and include picking up and returning passengers to Rehoboth Beach Canal Dock. So we have gathered data on that, and Dogfish does utilize that a lot. So we're pleased with that. I'm trying to rush through here. Rehoboth Main Street began to mention the Rehoboth Beach Canal Dock again in its newsletter and social media. Also sponsored tours. Also, RBS met with Cape Water Tours, which I just spoke about. And we also want to plan to reach out to homeowners, residents in the area, for potential use of the canal dock. Is there any questions so far? Okay.
I just want to add, the bottom line is, I think we took the right amount of time meeting with the mayor and with Evan Miller to talk about what Main Street as a volunteer organization could do to support the city's efforts to get the word out about having this asset and how to better utilize it. By the time that we had come to an agreement on those tasks that we could undertake, we were already into like the March and April. So as Dan mentioned, we've made some progress in trying to develop relationships with like Cape Water Tours. We also talked to representatives of Lewes and with Dewey and discovered that in Lewes, the harbor master and the deputy harbor master are city employees. And so they run their canal dock, they manage the marina and all that activity. It's a whole different configuration that Lewes has that we have. But as Dan mentioned, Cape Water Tours on Fridays brings Lewes residents and visitors down to our canal dock. They go in shopping for 2 hours or eating or whatever. During that time, they conduct an eco tour or some type of a water tour that's educational and enjoyment for people. They bring, and that embarks right here. And then they bring them back, they get off, and the Lewes visitors get on and they get back. So anything that we could work together on to multitasking the use of like Cape Water Tours, I think in the future would be helpful. And so we look forward to, and in Dewey, the Dewey Dock and Marina is not owned by the city. They're involved in vetting permits and making sure that all the things that they have a responsibility for administratively as city government take place. And so we have a little bit of a unique situation here, but I believe that we could partner better with at least Lewes in the future, and we could work better with all of you and with city manager and Evan to explore other options that we could pursue. And in the meantime, we're going to try to continue from what we learned this season to make better recommendations to you going into 2025. That's it.
Very good, very good.
I just one last comment. I just want to thank Steve. He is the chair of our Economic Vitality Committee that is really taking hold of this and running with it. They're looking at vendors for the dock, and there's other things that we're working on. So any questions?
Mayor?
The only,
Go ahead. Patrick?
just thank you for the information and what you're hoping to do and the information you're gathering. But when you come back to us, if you will, is there any metrics that you could share with us from the standpoint of usage from either the water taxi or just, is there people down there? Whenever I walk by or ride my bike, I don't see anybody. So I'm just kind of curious of metrics that so we know we're successful by doing something.
Well, there's no metering available there, and so we would have to have like.
There are video cameras that are there.
Right,
So.
but who taps into those? I mean, I don't
Well, I
know.
mean, this could be something to explore. I'm just curious that, how do we know we're successful?
You mentioned that when we first came before
Right.
you. I agree. Data analytics matter and metrics matter, but we haven't cracked that nut. So any suggestions that any of you have as how we could work together to try to capture that data, we're all in.
Great.
Thank you.
This is Jerry Philbin, also on the Board of Directors. I just want to add that from our perception, we're working with the capability that we have. We think there could be other capabilities. For instance, does the city want to invest in something like a kayak ramp? We're not ready to recommend anything like that. It would have an inborn cost of a contractor or a city employee to maintain it, to manage it. We're not there yet, and we think several of the reasons the dock really has no extended docking space for other craft, so that really limits the immediate utility for boat traffic.
Right.
The canal needs to be dredged. We all know that, so the ability to bring bigger craft and turn craft around there is somewhat limited. It may, in fact, have a lot more potential than it has now, but we haven't done a cost-benefit analysis that's above and beyond us.
Sure.
But we think there's potential there that should be looked at eventually, but the keystone, of course, would be the dredging of the canal.
Right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
We'll
you.
accept your
Thank you.
report. Thank you very much.
Happy holidays.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, I had one
Oh,
quick
I'm
question
sorry,
for
Suzanne.
the gentleman. Sorry, yeah, so I appreciate your attempting to, keep this dock on basic life support, because, this was overall an ill-conceived project where the city was out almost $400,000 because the nonprofit behind this disbanded and abandoned us and never paid back the memorandum of understanding, which I believe was on the order of $300,000 to $400,000. In the meantime, with Cape water taxi fares quite high, it's a real sort of barrier to people to use it more than, once in every decade or whatever. And I would have to say I'm leery of you seem to be talking about the city putting in a kayak ramp. If you want a kayak ramp, which at the time was going to be $10,000, that was back in 2020. I'm sure it's much more now. I would strongly advise you to do private fundraising. There are some people in the town who are upset that there is no easy means to carry their, kayak or canoe down there. You'll have to talk to them. But I would be against any further taxpayer involvement in this ill-conceived project that was pushed with a lot of pressure tactics, because there were claims that some of the state and county grants would expire by June, so we had to rush into the contract, and the city signed.
Mayor, we're out of the scope of the agenda
okay,
item.
So
But there's
please keep in mind this dock, unfortunately, due to the $26 round trip price for that, Cape water taxis, it's a hard sell.
Thank you.
I just want to say one thing. That's a father, a wife and mom and a daughter. It's a 3-person business. And so just be careful. I just encourage you to know all the facts when you want to disparage a small business that's doing a lot of good for the general area.
Oh, I'm sorry, are you talking about the canal boat dock?
Cape Water Tours.
Oh, I'm not disparaging them at all. I'm saying that they have to charge $26 round trip, which unfortunately is, to park a car is $4 an hour. So families don't find it affordable to use the services of Cape water taxis. And so they're not getting, they're not selling tickets on board. I'm not disparaging them at all. I think they're a great business.
The last thing I want to say is that Rehoboth Beach Main Street had nothing to do with the planning for development.
I'm aware of that.
And so I'm not sure what you're trying to get from us.
I'm thanking you for trying to resurrect it, but just concerned with this discussion of how the city should somehow install a kayak, launch ramp.
Not
that-
advocating, Commissioner, not advocating.
Okay, good.
We're
So,
just saying that
unfortunately,
these are
I
things
I view the dock as a sunk cost. So at this point, to throw more money at something which has unfortunately been a tepid success, but I appreciate your attempting to keep the thing sort of, in some, there's some occasional use, I guess, from early June until Labor Day.
So I just want to thank you all one last time.
Thank you.
For allowing us to speak, and enjoy the rest of your year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. With that, we'll move the next item of new business on our revised agenda. Consider a resolution supporting a public-private partnership that would seek to retain Clear Space Theater in the city of Rehoboth Beach. Period.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Taylor Tedder, your city manager here. Tonight before you, staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution of support authorizing staff to enter discussions of a public-private partnership with Clear Space Theater Company to retain the public good in the corporate city limits of Rehoboth Beach. So as you may remember, for those of you that were on the board, earlier this year, Clear Space issued a letter to the city, which is in your agenda packet, about their intent to retain Clear Space in the city of Rehoboth Beach. They also made a presentation to the Board of Commissioners at your regular meeting on August 16th. Clear Space has been committed to 20 years serving the community, creating access to some of the best performing arts, cultural arts center for coastal Delaware. And they are looking to create a new performing arts center for coastal Delaware, one of its first of its kind in Sussex County. They are nearing completion of a market study and have identified one of their potential locations here in the city limits, which is actually city-owned property. And staff needs direction and support for further talks with ClearSpace about that location and partnership opportunities with them. So ultimately, my goal would be development of a recommended term sheet, working with ClearSpace based on their capital investment, their site development work, and construction costs that they may have when looking at a potential partnership and our opportunity cost with that. So I did draft a resolution of support, which is in your agenda packet, and we also have representatives from ClearSpace here that would, I'm sure, be glad to answer any questions you may have about their process, their project, et cetera. So I stand for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Mayor,
Commissioner Saunders?
what do we know about the senior center moving? Are they?
So ultimately, we know that they've purchased property and will potentially be moving. Their lease does go through 2030, and that is what I know. I think ClearSpace has also had discussions with them and maybe can elaborate on that.
Just for clarification, I believe they were given the property. They did not purchase the property for the senior center.
Correct.
Yeah.
On Hebron Road or off,
Right.
So we're looking for a motion to adopt a resolution. The resolution is up on the screen there. I've voiced, when they first came here, I voiced opinion, I think a lot of us did, that our a goal should be to try to retain clear space in town. I think this takes it to the next step. At that time, I mentioned that I had a desire perhaps to investigate whether they would fit on that square of Martin's Lawn, or actually the triangle over there of Martin's Lawn where the senior center is, the Anna Hazard House, the parking lot would be, and that if it would fit a parking garage, that kind of excited me that maybe we could have a public-private partnership that we financed or funded 2 stories underground of a parking garage, and they financed 2 stories or 3 stories above ground, that it would benefit them and it would benefit the city at the same time. So I'm interested in you working more with them. Anybody?
Yeah, I agree. I think when we first talked about this several months ago, I think it was all of the voices up here, I think, were pretty loud that we want to do what we can to keep clear space in the to city limits of Rehoboth. I thank you and your staff for sort of, getting us to this point where we can formalize it a little bit more and give you guidance to continue to work with them for that goal. So this is very exciting. I'm happy we're at this point.
There's no synopsis, but if you read one of the last lines in the resolution, it says, city staff enter discussions to explore a public-private partnership with Clear Space Theater Company to retain the entity's operations within the corporate city limits. So I think that would suffice as a synopsis. And if you like, we'll go to the members of the public first.
Oh, Mayor, may I just, one quick comment first?
Quick?
Well, come on. So no, I'm excited about this because the city already owns the land, so there are a lot of possibilities. And if you could please keep us informed, because the senior center has been fundraising since 2019, maybe earlier, and I'm just wondering. I don't, have not inside knowledge of where they are, but it'd be nice to know. And also, we would need to know, obviously, once you put together this public-private partnership, how the financing would go. Hopefully, as an art center, we could get a lot of, federal, state, and local grants for the city's portion. If in the event we're having to invest in part of the whatever, parking garage, whatever it happens to be, in that, where that surface lot is now. But it's nice, they're definitely, because we already own the property, it just seems to have a nice sort of, ring to it, I guess.
Yeah, I'll definitely keep all of you informed through my reporting, and I did ultimately register the city on grants.gov, so we are looking for any kinds of grant opportunities for a variety of things, not even related to this. So definitely we'll try that.
Thank you.
Any members of the public want to say anything? Joe, do you want to say anything? Or you're welcome to, but you'll need to identify yourself again for.
Thank you. My name is Joe Fowler. I'm the managing director at Clear Space Theater Company. For the secretary, Joe, and the last name is Gfaller, if that's needed. We're grateful that the city is considering this motion today. I will say that we are in the process of completing the market study, as Taylor mentioned, and this as a data point would be a valuable data point in our analysis as we come to final decisions. But we have not made final decisions, and this vote does not single-handedly make a final decision for ClearSpace, obviously, but we are eager to be able to begin conversations to understand what the scope in terms of a public-private partnership might look like, so we can, for ourselves and for the whole community, know if this parcel at this time can be a solution that would be viable for all parties. And we're very happy to work in good faith with everybody in the city towards that end.
Thank you, Joe. Anybody else? Well, I'd entertain a motion to adopt the resolution to support the Board of Commissioners authorizing staff to enter discussions of a public-private partnership with Clear Space Theater Company to retain a public good in the city limits.
So moved.
Second.
Comments or comments after the motion, or what?
We have a motion and a,
Several seconds.
Who made the motion?
And
I made the motion.
we have a
Suzanne
motion
second.
by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Suzanne Good to adopt the resolution as noted. Discussion?
Yeah, I just, very supportive of theater, especially in Washington, where I spend some time. My husband's on a board there, so theater's already been a part of my life. And I think that, having a theater in the city is a great boost to us economically and socially. And if it's an art center, even better. But as we get into a public-private partnership, as you described a term sheet or the aspects of direction, what I would be interested in knowing is what do you want from the city? Is it, financial support? Is it code variances? Is it zoning changes? Is it ownership of the property? What do you want to build? I know that you're getting a market survey, but that to me ties down to the number of seats, the number of stages, the educational classrooms, the dressing rooms, the box office, food and beverage operations. And where do you want to build it? There is discussion of the senior center that's been talked about here, but that piece of property also includes Anna Hazard Museum. I don't know if that's in or out of the discussion. I would like clarification on that as you get further in this. You know, hours of operation. When do you plan to build? Do you have the financing to build it? You know, is it we need a variance from city code for building whatever the market study reveals? You know, have you begun a financial campaign for raising money to build? If you have, how long is that going? Or just those kind of questions, I think, are what maybe fill in the term sheet so we actually know what's going on. I think that is a parallel discussion of what we went on with the wastewater treatment plant today as to getting down to the nitty-gritty. Negative or misinformation out there, what have you. So if we have these elements of the public-private partnership to begin with, I think we start on a much better basis.
Thank you. Those are great points. And ultimately, I anticipate that we'll bring back essentially a report based on everything you mentioned and more, and then get authorization to draft a development agreement or something of that nature.
All right, any other discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion to adopt the resolution in front of us about a public-private partnership with ClearSpace, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. With that, we're going to go to first item of new business, consider recommendation of the Audit Committee to approve the city's independent audit prepared by the firm Barbicane, Thornton and Company for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2024. And can you remind us, this is something that we have to vote on at a certain time, even today, I think?
Yeah, the audit committee met and recommended the approval of the audit report back in October. And by code, we're supposed to go ahead and ask for your approval of the audit committee's recommendation. So I was going to highlight, wasn't going to go through the entire audit report, try to take a few minutes, give you an, basically, the auditors offered a unmodified opinion, a clean opinion on the audit report. This was for the period ending March 31st, 2024. The audit report also involved two federal audits. They call them a single audit. Anytime you receive money in excess of $750,000 from a federal program, you have to go ahead and perform a single audit. There were no findings in the audit. Everything was pretty clean. It was basically for the money that we've received for the wastewater plant of about $1.4 million. And then we also received the ARPA money. We recognize that in income. And so those programs were audited without any findings. The audit report has a bunch of sections. The first one is obviously the opinion letter. The MD&A, if you're really interested in city finances, you should read that and the footnotes before you even look at the statements. But I'm going to try to do, I know everybody wants to get out tonight, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. The liquidity, as of March 31st, the liquidity position of the city improved by $5.3 million. Some of that was in the general government and then also in the enterprise funds. Try to on the just to give you just an overall view of what the position of the city was as of March 31st. It improved. We had a net position. Basically, we're talking about assets less liabilities for the entire government, improved by $5.4 million. The short-term position, which is basically liquidity for the general government, improved by $2.7 million. So those were all good numbers. There's one section in here about the transfer tax, and the transfer tax is very important to the city. And I just wanted to go ahead and mention that we receive 1.5% of the transfers within the city limits of Rehoboth. And the most important thing is we restrict that money. That money is set aside. It's not mixed with any other funds. Debt position for the city, basically, as of the end, we had almost $62 million worth of debt. Our debt is declined by almost $1 million, $948,000. One key point is this: the wastewater debt on the plant will go up to $12 million, and probably by the end of the year. And at that point, it will start amortizing. You'll notice that it went up by $1.8 million this year. That's because we were essentially drawing on this line of credit that we use the funds to pay for the plant improvements. But it should reach $12 million this year, and then it should be down after that. Revenue. What really helped the city more than anything else is we really did not project, we didn't expect to receive as much revenue based on budget. Taxes were up by $1.8 million. That was primarily a result of the transfer tax. Charges for services were up by $436,000. That includes various services, including parking. So bottom line is our revenues were favorable by over $2 million, which really attributed to the performance of the city. Expenses, fairly well controlled. You have basically, we had $1.7 million in less spending than we originally budgeted. Most of that was because of the capital outlays and the fact that the project for the beach patrol was not moving along as fast. And so we actually didn't have as much in the way of outlays for that. I think I've been over this before, but I'll try to be brief on these. The key point is the city doesn't have a lot of risk as far as retirement plans. We have a defined contribution plan, which is essentially like a 401k. There's a matching, we call it, it's a thrift plan. That's where most of the city employees' money is. The city also participates for the police department only in a defined benefit plan through the state of Delaware. It's low risk, and the city contributes to that for the benefit of the retirement of the police officers. The key takeaway on that is that as of June of 2023, that was when their most recent report was done for the state, the fund was 96.8% funded. So if the key takeaway is the city doesn't have a lot of risk for pension plans. A lot of cities file I shouldn't say a lot, but some cities have gotten into bankruptcy just because of these retirement plans that they couldn't afford. And if that won't be our situation. I will try to wrap this up in just a few seconds, but I wanted to present some of the challenges the city has going forward. And right now, as of March 31st, we've used 82% of our borrowing capacity, $75 million. It may be that we have a capital budget through 2029 just for the general government of over $40 million. So I think the important message is you've got you got a big capital budget or it's not a budget, it's a plan. And you have liquidity, but you also have limited debt capacity. This is just a breakdown of the city's revenue position. We have basically 5 revenue sources that make up 75% of our general fund revenue. And I think if there's a takeaway here is that ability to control column, I think is meaningful because we have limited control or no control over the revenue in many situations. Transfer tax, hotel tax, there is no control over that. It's going to be whatever money comes in. The rental tax is about the same thing. We did increase it by 1%, but there's not much capacity to increase that going into the 2026 budget. Property tax, we have absolute control over that pretty much. I mean, other than people not paying their property tax. So a lot of our revenue sources are dependent upon users. And I think a final point I want to make here is some of the challenges we have, and I think operating expenses have grown in the last 2 years. They've grown by 15%, our budget in 2025 budget, and they grew by 13.7% prior year. Simple math tells you that it's unsustainable. You can't grow revenue expenses at 15% and unless you can grow your revenue. So, couple more slides, and I'll let you go home. Here's a picture of your expenditures by category for the general government, and 47% is in personnel-related areas. And so when it comes to budget season, there's going to be some challenges because the big items are your capital and your personnel expenses. Materials and contractual services, not that significant. I think that pretty well sums it up. Are there any questions about the budget? I mean, I guess what we're really here for is to ask you to recommend that the audit report be approved. And if we get that vote.
Any questions by up here? Any questions of members of the public? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the independent audit report prepared by the firm Barbicane, Thornton and Company for the fiscal year ended March 31, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Bunky Marker to approve the independent audit prepared by the firm Barbicane, Thornton and Company for the fiscal year ended March 31, 2024. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, and the motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Bert. We have 4 other things that hopefully we can get off our plate. I apologize for taking so long. What is next? Discuss and consider awarding a contract to Harry Caswell, LLC, in the amount of $146,015.90 for the annual water meter replacement contract. Henry, do you want?
Thank you, Mayor.
I have control of the screen,
Oh,
so
okay.
do you want?
Yeah, please, Mayor.
Can you enlarge that a little, Henry? Please.
You're not going to drag a meter in here now, are you?
It's a little smaller.
Oh,
So. So I'm not going to read the whole agenda item report, but it's to request, consider and awarding a contract to Harry Caswell for the annual meter replacement. The two pictures on the right and left side show the a meter pit and what's inside, say, 1 meter pit that has several meters in it. This area is what's called, there's 11 meter routes in our city water system, and this is water meter route 8, which is mainly condominiums and some businesses on the other side of Route 1. So this year, it'll be replacement of 467 1-inch meters. Many are in vaults with multiple meters, which will make it easier than replacing in pits and having to replace an entire pit. Invitation to bid was placed in the Delaware State News on 3 different days, and also several contractors in this area were informed about the work and invited to bid for it. We had a pre-bid meeting and then a bid opening on November 26th and December 6th, respectively. Harry Caswell LLC this year was the only attendant at both. And in previous years, there's been 2 bidders. And they've kind of gone back and forth. Harry's done it 1 year, and a company called RNC has done it actually last year. But RNC was contacted, and they chose not to bid this year. So this year, the engineer's estimate was $151,925, which was very spot on. Harry Caswell's bid was $146,015.90. Now, going forward, next year, as mentioned, it was in the Delaware State News was the only place it was recommended, was advertised. We'll probably look at going into other newspapers as well, even the Cape Gazette, to attempt to get more bidders. Are there any questions?
How long will it take?
Okay. We've been doing this about the past 4 years, looking at about 5 more years in order to complete it. And these meters will be, are compatible with the new FlexNet system once that gets in effect, which will hopefully be this fiscal year, FY26, in FY26. We have some coordination with Munis, other software companies. The IT director and I are working on getting that implemented.
Are any of the past replacement meters still designed for FlexNet adaptability?
Yes, Commissioner, they all are.
Okay.
And all future ones. We estimate it'll take about 5 years to complete the rest of our water system.
Any questions?
Mayor, I move we award the annual water meter replacement contract to Harry Caswell LLC in the amount of $146,000 and $146,1590.
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sernowski and a second by Commissioner Patrick Gossett to award the annual water meter replacement contract to Harry Caswell LLC in the amount of $146,015.90. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, and the motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to go on screen, please, Brant.
You're on.
Okay. Next item of business, consider appointments to the Mixed-Use Zoning Ordinance Task Force. There is an agenda item report in there. I want to remind everybody that the mission of this new mixed-use zoning ordinance task force is to modify existing code or make recommendations for modifying existing code, as well as developing new text to clearly articulate regulations for mixed use. If you recall, when we made up this task force, Mary Ellen, I guess, proposed recommendations for representatives. Those representatives totaled 13 from 6 different categories. I did receive 14 total applications, and rather than have to turn anybody away, I'm just recommending we go ahead and nominate that 14th person on there. And Mary Ellen and City Manager don't have a problem with that. So if you look at your agenda report item, it indicates the following slate is being nominated by myself for this mixed-use zoning ordinance task force. 2 representatives of the Board of Commissioners, Commissioner Patrick Gossett, Commissioner Mark Saunders. 2 representatives from the Planning Commission, Susan Gay, Susan Stewart. 2 representatives of the builder development community, such as architect, builder, engineer, planner, realtor, David Devendorfer and Michael Fisher. 1 representative from Rehoboth Beach Main Street, Stephen Sheffer. 2 representatives who own businesses in the city of Rehoboth Beach. This is where I got 3 instead of 2, Jenny Burton, Frank Cole, Bob Pomerantz. 4 citizens who own property in the city of Rehoboth Beach, Pat Caluzzi, Jay Legree, Jim Pritchett, and Rick Perry. Are there any questions?
Mayor?
One question, Mayor. Should myself and Commissioner Gossett abstain since
No,
we're on
you're,
the list?
no, you're fine. You're fine. Commissioner Good?
Mayor, in recent days, I've spoken to 2 of those who've volunteered to serve on this task force, and they agree with me that based on the discussion back in October, where there was some concern about using a $47,000 consultant for this, we're talking about as few as 288 commercial properties, and actually mixed use is great. It actually lowers the density, and sometimes it can provide workforce housing if you then allow the upper part, for instance, to be subdivided. And in one case, this volunteer is an attorney, and in the other case, the volunteer is a real estate developer with extensive experience both in mixed use and in other types of development. And I think given the confidence they have that with a new full-time city employee who's only been here for about 14 months, that they don't need this guidance from this consultancy. And I've learned from Mr. Tedder, although the consultant has proposed a scope of work, it has not yet been approved, so there's still time to reconsider. So,
Well, Suzanne, I'm sorry, but you're out of order in my book, because that has already been decided. We took a vote at, a meeting a month ago to approve this task force, including the hiring of Wallace Montgomery. That is a done deal.
well, 3 people,
and you're
including
not-
me,
it doesn't matter.
expressed
You
concerns
can't go out
about.
and recruit anybody you want to support your position. It is a done
Well, if
deal.
people who are involved
Suzanne.
with it don't need the
Hang on,
consultant,
if
why
I-
do we want to continue?
If I could. So, help me. So this was just help me, I'm just trying to get the facts. This was an approved item, is that correct?
With both a full-time city employee.
No,
and a
I'm just
consultant, right?
asking for the facts, I don't know, so.
We brought this item at a previous meeting, and ultimately, the Board of Commissioners voted to move forward as presented, which was utilizing a consultant to do this mixed-use task force item for the city.
Has the contract been executed?
No, we just received the scope of work from Wallace Montgomery. So we need to have task force members to have a task force. So of course we'll move forward with executing it if the task force is installed.
So Commissioner Good, I think you could make a motion if you wanted to postpone the appointment of it to reconsider the contract, but you couldn't sort of today because it's not on the agenda. Because it's not on the agenda, you couldn't basically say, I want to rescind that contract, but you could say, let's postpone the appointments and then to a future date.
Well, I don't think I'd have support for postponement unless I believe there may be a member of the public who might be able to give us some rationale for why the task force doesn't require a $47,000 consultant to deal with 288 properties, most of which are not going to be modified in the next 10 years.
I don't get into legislation, I don't get into governance. I'm just saying the proper motion would be to postpone. If you wanted to undo the method, you would have to have the votes to postpone today, and then you could bring that up at another date.
I would be interested in postponing it, but I'd like to have public comment before my colleagues decide on that postponement.
Well, in that case, I would entertain a motion to approve the slate of.
Mayor, I move to approve the slate of applicants for the mixed-use task force.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Patrick Gossett to approve the slate of membership on the new mixed-use zoning ordinance task force. Is there any further discussion?
Would you clarify, please, whether the approval of the slate is also approves the October vote to move forward with this task force with both a full-time city employee and a consultant?
That's why I was asking the questions I was asking. I understand that that's already been approved, so this would be a continuation of that October thing. Did I get that right, Taylor?
Yeah.
Taylor? Yep.
So
It's just the next step in the process.
So we're not, the postponement you were throwing out as an option, but since I believe it would fail, I don't think I'm being given any sort of option to have the public heard.
No, we're going to call for public comment. Absolutely.
Well, we'll do the public comment right now. Does anybody in the members of the public want to comment on the proposed membership for the mixed-use task force? Mr. Perry, you want to come to the microphone so everybody can hear you? Going to get you some exercise.
I know I'm in shorts today, but I just had surgery this week, and these are the only things that fit comfortably.
State your name and relationship.
Richard Perry, resident of the city. I'm also one of the nominees for this task force. I was one of the individuals that Suzanne reached out to, and I believe I made my views known at the last meeting where this subject came up. I do not believe that we need to expend $47,000 on the consultants. I have been looking at what's involved here in developing recommendations from the task force to the city for the consideration and adoption of a mixed-use ordinance. I was struck last night as I was looking at it again that the scope of work alone envisions approximately 3 months of time spent developing tenants. That just baffles my mind. I think the Planning Commission in the CDP has already done that for us. And I can't imagine that it would take more than one meeting for this task force, which has some really good individuals who are experienced and who also are intelligent, to finalize the tenants for whatever proposal we end up making to the city. And so I think that scope of work is completely out of line, and I think it is indicative of the reason why we don't need consultants for this particular project. A year plus, as proposed in the scope of work for what is indeed a simple drafting responsibility is unnecessary. This shouldn't take more than 4 months to accomplish, and that's only because of the waiting time involved for publication of notice and for noticing this for a public hearing. A year is absolutely absurd and ridiculous. Those are my views. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. We have a motion on the floor and a second to adopt the membership slate presented. Is there any further discussion? If not, Mark Saunders, how do you vote? Suzanne Good?
Again, I have to vote nay, but I thought we were going to have an option of a postponement following public comment to reconsider this $47,000 consultancy, which has not been contracted for. So
We are acting on a motion on the floor. Ed?
Aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Commissioner Markert, I'm sorry.
Vote yes.
And the chair votes yes, and the motion's carried 5-1. Thank you very much. We have some new members, Susan, Mary Ellen. And
Mayor, would you please, or Mr. Walton, would you please explain where we gave some, consideration to doing without this consultant? I mean, we didn't vote on that.
So.
did that at the last
No,
meeting.
hang on, I think I can explain. So you could make a motion to, you couldn't make a motion to undo a contract which was already done because that's not on the agenda. You could have made a
It
motion.
wasn't a contract in October.
Or to approve the proposal. I was asking for that information. But that was approved. So at this meeting, the only thing you'd do was, if you didn't like that contract, was to make a motion to postpone the appointment to then reconsider the contract because it hasn't been executed or signed. The motion that came on the floor was to approve the slate, and that slate has been approved now, and the public had an opportunity to speak. So you didn't make a motion.
So postponing a decision on the consultant was never given it was not included in, I mean, when you're talking about the slate, that's a separate issue normally, but I feel that no one got a chance to consider what Mr. Perry said and what the mayor and Commissioner Shanowski said in October. They were not happy that we needed to spend $47,000 to guide this group of, this mixed-use consultant task force.
So that's something that could be put on a future agenda, but today the only thing that was on was the slate.
I think it's too late because although the scope of work hasn't, I believe the city manager has told me that the scope of work was submitted and he was holding off on, authorizing it because I had expressed concern that we need to consider going without the consultant. But he'll, Monday morning, it's too late. He's about to sign the contract, $47,000.
And sort of the statement I would say, Commissioner,
It's moved.
it's already been approved and the slate moved forward.
All right, I'd like to move on to the next item here, and actually, I'd like to just combine them because there's 2 for 1. I'd like to seek a motion for my nomination of Mark Saunders appointed to the Personnel Committee to fill the seat vacated by Don Preston, and a motion to appoint 2 liaison positions, Commissioner Mark Saunders to Cape and Lopin Senior Center and Commissioner Craig Thier to Rehoboth Beach Main Street.
Mayor, I move that we nominate Mark Saunders to the Personnel Committee and appoint Mark Saunders as the Cape Henlopen Senior Center liaison and Commissioner Craig Thier to Rehoboth Beach Main Street.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ed Chernowski and a second by Commissioner Patrick Gossett to appoint Mark Saunders to both the Personnel Committee and a liaison position for the Cape and Lopin Senior Center, and appoint Commissioner Craig Thier to the liaison position for Rehoboth Beach Main Street. Is there any public comment? Yes, sir. Your name and relationship to the city?
Jerry Philbin, board member of Rehoboth Beach Main Street, and a split second to express our thanks to Edward for everything that he has done for us and the city as the liaison from this commission to us. Thank you, Edward, appreciate it.
Very
Thank
good.
you, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any commissioner comments?
I'm just going to abstain since I'm subject of this vote.
That's fine. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? And we did have Mark Saunders abstain. With that, there's no further business identified. Well, yes, there is. Commissioner announcements, comments? Anybody have anything? Review of future meeting dates. Monday, January 6th is our next workshop at 9 a.m. Citizen comment. Anybody else? File? Thank you very much, Carolyn. With that, no further business. I adjourn this meeting at 6:03 p.m. Thank you all for your endurance.